The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Happy Thursday to everyone. I now call the December 15th, 2022 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:01 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices and remove your hats to prevent from disturbing others today. Our thoughts and prayers are with our Attorney Powers, who is having a medical procedure this morning. But in his absence, we are blessed to have the lovely Suzanne Green join us. And so, Ms. Green, if you would now, as representing our school board attorney, please explain the rules for this work session.
Thank you, Chair. This work session is a public meeting. This work session,
Thank you.
Better? Thank you. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes as required by the Sunshine Law. The board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Dr. Gullett, before we get started, I did want to ask the board clerk approximately how many public comment forms we have at this point.
We have approximately 25 for safe schools, 1 for rezoning.
It's fine, this is for the board where we're discussing the numbers right now. Just bear with us just a moment as we work out some housekeeping items. Thank you.
So yeah, 25 for safe schools, 1 for rezoning, and 1 for the strategic plan.
Madam Chair, I recommend that we move the agenda.
Reverend Cummings, you'll have to talk closer to the microphone. Thank you.
I recommend that we move the agenda up move the Safe Schools agenda up as well as rezoning.
Okay. At this juncture, I do believe it would be important for us to move the Safe School Agreement earlier in the agenda. I know we will be getting just a moment with the superintendent's briefing, but I would like for us to move the Safe School Agreement to item 3 and moving that there. So immediately following the superintendent's administrative briefing. And Reverend Cummings, you asked for us also to move rezoning to number 4.
Yes. Yes.
Board, do we have consensus to do that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so let the record reflect that we are adjusting today's agenda. Dr. Gullett, obviously this is your agenda, but just wanting to ensure that you also are in agreement that we will move the Safe School Agreement immediately following the superintendent's administrative briefing, followed by the Southwest localized rezoning conversation, and then we will move on to Achieve 2026, the Goal 3 updates. While I'm incredibly grateful that we have our team here to talk about our strategic plan, and I would love to have this response and people engaged and interested in that topic as well, because student achievement and moving forward, moving this district forward is something we want everybody engaged in. We also understand that the folks here, at least 25 forms have been completed to speak on our Safe School Agreement. Dr. Gullett, are you fine with that?
I am, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so let the record reflect the agenda has been adjusted, and we will now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Dr. Gullett.
Thank you. Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Great to see you all today. I have a somewhat of a unique and special surprise for my briefing today. So without further ado, if we could turn our attention to the folks that are going to come in from the rear doors, and I'm going to introduce what you're getting ready to see, which is really what we're about in Marion County Public Schools. We are going to be seeing the Marion Tiny Institute students, and I'm going to let them come forward, and then I want to share the rest of the story about why they're here today, but I want to be able to give you a moment to watch them come in.
So cute. Yay! Come on in.
It's a big place when you're little.
I know, it is a big place when you're little. Yay! I know. They're so cute.
Take it, buddy.
Love it. She was so great. Yay!
Yeah. Thank you. I was invited to participate in an ugly sweater parade. And I said, well, I will be at a work session, but let's bring you here, because there's no better way to start our work session than with reminders of who we serve. Let me provide you a little bit of background. The Marion Tiny Institute began 5 years ago for the Early Childhood Program. This year, we have expanded to capacity to 282 student enrollments. We now have children over the age of 1, holding spaces for infants and toddlers of teen parents, and we also provide priority enrollment for the first time ever to our very own Marion County Public Schools staff. We have 36 children enrolled, 7 are infants or toddlers of teen parents, and the other 29 are children ranging in age from 1 to 3. The Marion Institute has also involved paid student workers who help cover the afternoon shifts after their school day is over. And I want to take an opportunity to thank Liz Fields, who is the facilitator of this program. She is remarkable, and on behalf of her whole team, thank you for all that they do to support our district. We appreciate all of you.
I would love for us to try to go down and take a picture with some of these students. Do you think that's something we could try to work out really quickly? Miss Devitt, could you take? I know, we'll take it fast.
I know.
Let's do it quickly. I know this is something we typically do in a board meeting, but this is a wonderful opportunity.
I'm sure there'll be some that will be happy to be in a picture.
Okay, we can,
Everyone look over here. Look over here. Say Merry Christmas.
Did your grandson cooperate when it was picture time?
Thank you. All right, friends, are you ready to present our turn?
It's a wonderful idea. Very good way to start. I already have a good one.
Thank you, Tiny Institute. What a wonderful way to start our morning today. Since we have moved around the agenda, and we do always want to focus on our students and focus on student achievement, and that can start with our earliest learners. And that's a wonderful opportunity for our Tiny Institute. Thanks to all those hard workers and those students who are working so hard on their education.
Turned up.
Everything, everybody.
Thank you for the crowd participation. Mr. Christian, can you please assist us with ensuring the volume is turned up for the audience?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
just you take a brief recess so we can get this taken care of.
Okay, Mr. Christian, do we need to take a quick recess, or do we think we can adjust the volume?
It's loud up here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I think perhaps because we had jingle bells and cymbals clanging and things like that, that was causing some issue with the audience volume, but my hope is that you can hear us now. And we will continue with our agenda. So because we have adjusted the agenda and moved the Safe School Agreement to the next item on our agenda, I would like to note that we do have survey results as a part of the public record that were included with this agenda item. And Dr. Gullett, I would like to turn over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I do want to comment on the briefing, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to have them. Not only was it joyful to see them, but they spend a lot of time focusing on a very strong academic program. So I wanted to thank Liz Fields again. Thank you. So the item that you have before you, I have a few comments that I'd like to share with the board and the public. Today, we have a follow-up to the board work session from October 20th, 2022, where we acknowledge receipt of the draft agreement proposal from the Marion County Sheriff's Office. After much board discussion, a survey was recommended by the board, and today you see responses to that survey attached to the current agenda item. To be clear, although it was suggested to me by some that I should just make the proposal I received go away, it would have been highly improper to not bring this to the board. Not only was the proposal from an elected official in our community, but prior to my role as superintendent of schools, the board discussed and took action as follows. On December 6, 2018, the security force update included a recommendation for police department designation at a work session. On March 26, 2019, the current Safe School Department structure was established by the board in the form of a resolution designation as School District Police Department at a school board meeting. On August 8, 2019, a safety update was provided by the Marion County School Board Police Department at a work session. On August 27, 2019, job descriptions were approved for change at a school board meeting. September 19, 2019, revised job descriptions were discussed at a work session. And September 24, 2019, revised job descriptions were reportedly tabled from August 27, 2019, were discussed with the motion failing at a school board meeting. As your superintendent of schools, I remain firmly committed to working with the board to do what is in the best interest of our students and our district. I have a couple considerations for you. First one, September 27th, 2022. The school board adopted policy 8405, school safety and security, which includes the following. The development of school safety and security plan that includes input from stakeholders. This requires a district active assailant response plan, known as a DAARP, that addresses a minimum of 13 areas requiring procedures to address security, threats, communication, training, response protocol, information sharing, assessments, etc. Consideration number 2, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act, Senate Bills 7026 and Senate Bill 7030 were enacted since 2018 as a result of the tragedy that occurred in Parkland, Florida. The Marjorie Stoneman High School Public Safety Commission that was established in 2018 under the Florida Department of Law Enforcement makes recommendations for system improvement in order to prevent another tragedy in our state. These are my comments. First, we need to move forward with a strong purpose and sense of urgency to convene stakeholders as per recent board policy to develop the school safety and security plan. I will insist that this group of stakeholders include a broad range of individuals who are committed to looking at data. We must examine the facts. The patterns, trends, current and anticipated needs must include a comprehensive, unbiased approach. It is essential that mental health and wellness are deeply involved in this process, as the challenges we are facing post-pandemic are very real. School Board Policy 8405 establishes that the school board is committed to maintaining a safe, secure, drug-free environment in all of the district's schools. It states that the school crime and violence are multifaceted problems that need to be addressed in a manner that utilizes all available resources in the community through a coordinated effort of district personnel, law enforcement agencies, first responders, and families. The board further believes that the school administrators and local law enforcement officials must work together to provide for the safety and welfare of students while they are at school or a school-related event or are on their way to and from school. I believe this committee should examine all aspects of safety and, more importantly, look at research to gain insight into what we can learn to ensure we are thorough in addressing all aspects of safety to the fullest extent possible. Decisions should not be made in isolation. They should be empowered to seek out whatever is necessary to make recommendations to me as the superintendent and to the board. Comment number 2. The Marjorie Stoneman High School Public Safety Commission has been very clear. We must approach our work not with a focus on threat assessment, but rather on threat management. This requires thinking differently and more comprehensively. In following the Commission's work, I discovered our reported data was an outlier as compared to other districts in CESAR reporting. The Commission is working on this identified disparity that will also provide us with more accurate data statewide. When I came to Marion County 2.5 years ago, I expressed to my team and the board the need to expand safety training opportunities and to accelerate the hardening plans for our school sites. We are making progress, but there is still much work to be done. Comment number 3. We can all agree that safety is vital. It is emotional. It is raw. It is a necessary conversation that we must have as a community. While there may be many different opinions on how to ensure we are providing a safe learning and working environment, we should be respectful. Wouldn't we expect the same from our students? And finally, and most importantly, our vision in Marion County Public Schools is helping every student succeed. We are keenly focused on improving student outcomes, and this requires a safe environment. I remain steadfast on this. I will continue to lead with a focus on serving our students, even when honest and courageous conversations need to occur with adults. What is best for students is often what is most difficult for adults. In order for our district to move forward, we must be willing to work together to realize what is truly possible for our students. I believe the best is yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Board, I want to open it up to you all for comment, but I will first say we all, I believe, have the policy 8405 pulled up that Dr. Gullett did read directly from. As you all are aware, this is a new policy for the district. For many, many years, our policies were outdated and had not been updated. And so this is a new policy that does spell out and stipulate some of the things that Dr. Gullett has recommended in her commentary today on this topic. So I open up conversation among the board. What are your thoughts on what Dr. Gullett has shared with us today? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Hope everybody can hear me all right. I am looking forward to hearing the public comment today. I am very grateful to our superintendent for laying out a framework for moving forward. There's one thing that every person sitting in here, I hope certainly agrees with, that school safety is paramount to educational success.
Thank you. Any other commentary from the board?
I just want to add that I agree. I'm very happy to see so many community members here today. I agree that I would love this many people to show up when we're talking policy and budget, but I'm very happy to see all of you here, and thank you for the emails and phone calls that you've been sending, because it is important to me to see and hear your opinion. So thank you for being here.
I'm looking forward to the public comment. Okay.
So can we just go ahead and move forward to public comment?
Okay, just as we lead into public comment, I would just like to make a very quick statement, and this is just speaking on as myself as a board member. I've certainly been thoughtful and prayerful over this topic today and this week and even leading up to this. Many people in this room have a shared faith. There may be differing opinions of the views that are about to be shared, but many people in this room have a shared faith. My prayer today has been that the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart to be acceptable. Not just the words, but also how I feel about all the commentary that happens today. May they be acceptable in the Lord's sight. That's my specific prayer. And for those who have a shared faith, please consider that as well. Board Clerk, Mr. Davis, if you can please start with our first comment.
Joseph Prohaska.
Good morning. I stand before you to speak in favor of the proposal for the Sheriff's Department to be responsible for safe schools. I am sure you all have read the book, Why Meadow Died, so I do not need to explain the lessons. You know how important it is to get this right. I think we all need to be sober-minded, clear-eyed, clear-headed, and courageous and do the right thing. The professionalism and competence and expertise of the Sheriff's Department make it the vastly superior choice. The proposal looks excellent to me. Everything will be done in accordance with the law, and safety and protection will be paramount, as it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Proska. Mr. Davis.
Maury Dean.
Good morning, and Madam Chairman, I share your heartfelt thanks and appreciation and also your prayers. I think most of you probably know that I've spent my life keeping the security of this community foremost, not only with over 30 plus years in community law enforcement, but 22 years in the military police. I've been involved in about every facet of keeping security that you could probably imagine. The one thing that I'll preface by saying this: I was instrumental in being a key part of us starting the School Resource Officer Program under Chief Lee McGehee. I later inherited that while I was chief myself and expanded it further. The intent was to present a positive role model of law enforcement to our school system. I realize times have changed. I've read all of the material that has been handled and being formulated by the state. I know the individuals involved on the state commission. I served with them in law enforcement for many, many decades. At no time have I heard them say that local law enforcement needs to take over the school system. Now, that doesn't mean that threats will not be dealt with, but the approach of what they are developing right now, I am very comfortable with and I support. Everybody is concerned about the threat issue. My entire family is a graduate of our school system. My wife spent 35 years in the classroom, and she had some threat issues. So this is not like I'm just coming up with make-believe stuff. The last thing that we need in this community is for this issue to be a political football. The last thing. I've heard the superintendent's overview, and what I have seen and heard, I feel she has got the right approach, and that is to sit down and evaluate where you're at and where you need to go. If it was intended for local law enforcement agencies to take over the school process, they'd have done that in Tallahassee. It wouldn't take a community issue like this to evolve. The second concern I have is,
I'm sorry, Mr. Dean, but your time has expired, the 3 minutes for public comment.
all right,
Was the clock on the screen? I'm sorry, I just wanted to ensure.
I'm sorry.
But please, go ahead and finish your last statement.
Well, the last thing I'd like to say is that, we don't need an issue like this to be a controversial issue. Of all the places that have already had serious incidents in the state of Florida, they'd have just said, all the sheriff's offices and all the police departments are just going to go in and take over the school security process. Well, we've always had the security process. So anyway, I don't want to see our schools become a police state, and I hope that you consider what is being dealt with. I was going to comment about the issue. If this is really a community issue, and it is, we wouldn't need to start out with it becoming a political football and people sending out emails to try and pack an audience and discussion and get turmoil going. We don't need that in this community. Over the years, we have worked and developed through issues like this professionally with good sense and good discretion. And so I applaud you for what you're doing, but I hope that you consider all these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. And just a reminder to public speakers, public comment is for 3 minutes. And also, if you walk to the podium, please ensure that you have the microphone very close so that we don't have audio issues, so that way everyone can hear every comment. Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Bruce Atkinson.
Ms. Green, can you give a 30-second warning?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for making the tough call to open this up to public discussion and inviting public input. We are all here because we all share concern for the safety of our students and staff. We all may have different opinions, but I dare say there are no wrong opinions on this, as long as they're coming from the heart. Something I learned from 33 years in the federal government is if it's not broken, don't fix it. We got a lot of other things to spend our time on. That said, two things give me pause that I offer for your all's consideration in how you cast your votes. First, in Uvalde, Texas, we saw what happened when there's not a clear chain of command. Human frailties came in, and that delayed the response of law enforcement to end that. And the sad consequence was more lives destroyed and much larger lawsuits. Far less important on the lawsuit, of course. Another thing that gave me pause that I had an opportunity to gain more insight into, Tuesday night in front of this very board, a parent spoke about learning of her child, her 11-year-old daughter, having left a note threatening her own suicide at school. Very sad and tragic. She learned of this not by a teacher, counselor, principal, vice principal, or anyone from the school safety office. She learned of this from two deputies. Now, I've since learned that due to resource issues, that threat of harms even to oneself is a legal issue, ergo over to the deputies, and also due to a resource issue is over to the deputies. But at a bare minimum, someone from the school system should have been with them. That should have been coordinated. I hope you all dedicate the resources to be able to make that happen in the future. I support the sheriff as being the lead law enforcement
30
officer
seconds.
in the county as an elected, and I support law enforcement. And this is given those beliefs, it is tough for me to stand up here and say this, that I've changed my opinion by doing more research. But I say leave well enough alone. And hopefully my colleagues and friends can appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Mr. Christian, that microphone is ringing just a little bit, so if you can just make sure that the technicians are working with us on that. Thank you. Mr. Davis?
Greg Ratliff.
Good morning. My name is Greg Ratliff, and before I read some very short prepared comments, I would like to make one comment. This should not be a political issue, but when people start talking about using terms like, we don't want to turn it into a police state, that makes it very political in my mind. I am here to support the proposal from Sheriff Billy Woods, and I'd like to read short comments here. Our sheriff, put my glasses on first. Our sheriff is well respected, and he and his team have served our county well. Aligning all law enforcement personnel under his department allows the most efficient sharing of information and the best approach to keeping threats or incidents from occurring in our schools. The alternative of building a separate law enforcement team aligned under the superintendent and school board does not make sense to many. It seems like that approach is simply the education system building its own police team and not the most effective approach to protecting the faculty and students in those schools. I was shocked by the propaganda used by those who opposed the sheriff's proposal. Showing a police officer handcuffing a young child is the same type of propaganda that we would expect from those who do not support our law enforcement officers around the country. Inferring that the police would create a pipeline to prison is ridiculous. If I had children or grandchildren in the Marion County Public Schools, I would want the A-team, the most experienced professional team serving in those buildings that fall under the professional organization of our very effective sheriff, Billy Wood's team. And if students are threatening teachers and other students and are removed from that environment, the others remain safer, in my opinion. Marion County Public Schools rank in the bottom 15% of all Florida school districts. I would like them to focus on improving academic performance of our students and let our professional sheriff's department focus on supporting the safe school safety execution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratliff. Mr. Davis?
Pete Axon.
Good morning, and thank you. As you already know, I've sent each one of y'all an email in my support of the current climate that the current team has been fostering in the Marion County school system, and I appreciate your replies. I did, in some of my research, I was on the FDO, Florida Department of Education website and Office of Safe Schools website, and the 10 essentials of actions to improve school safety, which outline from the community-oriented policing services county. They have 10 out of the 10 articles. 5 of them are physical safety, 5 of them are emotional, coordination with first responders, school-based law enforcement, school climate, and mental health resources. School climate, and this was a study that went to the Attorney General of the United States. Federal Commission posted that fostering a culture of connectedness is an important aspect. The Commission pointed to the isolation and detachment that's often manifested by school shooters. Conversely, a positive school climate promotes respectful, trusting, caring relationship, open lines of communications. Students feel comfortable asking for help and reporting concerns. It also cites the bystanders report, which bystanders came forward with information commented were influenced by positive relations with one or more adults, teachers, staff, and/or a feeling within the school that the information would be taken seriously. It also outlines that schools need a welcoming, inclusive atmosphere where training of faculty, staff, students, and parents recognize indicators of potential harm. School-based law enforcement. This still talks about having many operators at the table, not just law enforcement, but teachers, mentors, role models. It goes on to speak about mental health, and school and consistent theme emerged that Federal Commission's listening sessions cite was a lack of mental health. In a landmark study, U.S. Secret Service and U.S. Department of Education found that while most individuals committed to tax schools had not received formal mental health evaluations, that those opportunities would preclude that. I see them down to 40 seconds, and I'll just conclude with the fact that all of this falls in line with the programs that are in play now, and the hard work is not arresting or when an actual attack happens. The hard work is detecting it ahead of time, watching for changes, and watching the pulse of the students and being there when they need them most. And I think the current program has that going solid. And I'm afraid that would be put into serious jeopardy if it was just turned over to a law enforcement operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Axon. Mr. Davis.
Francine Julius Edwards.
Good morning, Madam Chair, the new and returning board members. We are still greatly concerned about the unnerving proposal made by Sheriff Billy Woods and the Marion County Sheriff's Office. We believe that enacting this proposal would amount to over-policing of students and staff of the Marion County Schools. It has been said before that the present system is working fine with the Sheriff's Office at the ready if there is an active shooter incident. The day-to-day incidents are handled by the Safe Schools Director, Dennis McFadden, and staff who follows the mission statement. I am paraphrasing. It safeguards by implementing strategic security measures, providing invaluable lines of cross-communication and support of our law enforcement community partners while providing a safe learning environment through prevention, intervention, and emergency preparedness planning. We fear that the law enforcement may tend to over-police or racial profile, or worse, to our Black, brown, and disenfranchised students and staff. We have seen it happen countless times across Florida and in the nation. To arrest a 6-year-old Black child and put him in handcuffs for a child's tantrum? Predictable policing like Pasco County creates a secret list of students who their department suspects will commit crimes, further creating a paranoid place of learning, not to mention the real freedoms it would diminish. I've read the lawsuit regarding Pasco County brought on by the Southern Poverty Law Center and NAACP. Their sheriff has yet to turn over such names under that surveillance. Marion County Public Schools is no place for political, cultural tribalism. One of the agreement to note was the sheriff's access to the student and staff confidential records. Presently, there are law enforcement must secure a subpoena to gain access. This access to students' indefinable information and education records can be compromised and scared it might be exploited. For these reasons, we are calling for the termination of this concerning and intrusive proposal on behalf of our community. We must make sure we take care of our students and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Julius Edwards. Mr. Davis?
Regina Brown.
Good morning, Board and Superintendent. I would like to say, first off, I appreciated your comments, Superintendent, on your idea of going forward. I can understand the burden that has been placed on the schools and on the school boards since the Marjorie Douglas shooting. When you go and you look at all of the layers and layers of regulation and the things that must be followed, I don't envy your position, okay? My first instinct, however, is to allow law enforcement to do law enforcement and to give that responsibility to the sheriff. I do respect our sheriff, and I do think that he has done a good job in Marion County, and I don't see why there cannot be a collaboration between the two, and that we just don't need to continue a further burden on the school board. I would rather the sheriff take that responsibility. And it will take more than the rhetoric of exacerbating, the words that were used, exacerbating a pipeline to prison. That implies that the schools are already a pipeline to prison, and it's not helpful. I don't believe that that is the case, and I would appreciate the further comment of the board and the working of the board on this very difficult manner. And the conversations that I've had with the public, most parents that I've talked to, we had one commenters talk about the school resource officer and how they were placed in the schools initially to create camaraderie. That's the kind of school resource officer my children grew up with, and it did create camaraderie in there. And I think most of the people I've talked to believe that is still the situation, that the sheriff has placed a deputy in the schools, and they don't understand I read the papers and the laws, if we printed them out, and the regulations that have come forth have changed that dramatically. So I think some education on that part, if we could do some things to help educate the public on all that there is to do, that's coming down from Tallahassee. So I appreciate your time, I appreciate your comments, and I support the contract with the sheriff.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Davis?
Sheila Brannon.
Good morning. I want to ask what your opposition to the proposal from the sheriff really is. What's the underlying issue that you have with that? I've listened to the workshop from the December 1st, and every concern that you addressed is handled by the Florida statute or in the sheriff's proposal. I assume that you've read that proposal from the Florida statute titled Early Learning, 20 Education Code, Chapter 1006, and a Support for Learning Section 13, dated 2022. Based on your comments, there seems to be something else that I'm not following. This governor is absolute about following laws, and if there is cause to investigate for non-performance or breaking of that law, he will. Furthermore, we are distressed by your comments suggesting there may be someone in the sheriff's department that may engage in illicit activity simply as a result of transferring this responsibility from a non-uniformed activity to one that wears a uniform. This is a careless use of words and is counterproductive to building trust in Marion County law enforcement. I support Sheriff Woods taking over the law enforcement section for the Marion County schools. Let the professional law handle the law, and let the school board handle the education side. The board needs to concentrate more on the math, reading, and arithmetic part of the education. Our low standard in the state is an embarrassment, and we need to be concentrating on how to increase our children in their learning abilities, not the law side. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brannon. Mr. Davis?
Daniel King.
Good morning, and I fully appreciate the gravity of the situation. A board member suggested there might not have the tools to meet the need that could come up. That's why we have insurance, everything else. We try to mitigate the problem before it happens. I would suggest that the small force we already have doing what they do can't handle all the schools in the system. If there were, and there has been a few issues. I am fully in support of the sheriff's proposal. I understand some of the concerns. I don't understand all the concerns because I think that when I grew up that I was taught that law enforcement was supposed to be good. And I think that most of them are today. And our kids need to be taught that law enforcement is good. And that to have a uniformed person in the school is not a bad thing, in my opinion. It should be something that should be of comfort. And unfortunately, public comment in that December 1st, I think it was that one, seemed to imply the sheriff's proposal was going to replace the school administrator's responsibility of dealing with discipline with the sheriff. I don't see that in the proposal. The sheriff would be there to do so much more and to take the burden off the school board itself. The school board is not here to be law enforcement. You have a responsibility to provide a safe working environment for the children, the facilities, the teachers, yourselves, but it should not be the focus of new police force should not be the focus of a school board. Must rise the scholastic level of students. We are, as already mentioned, it's very public, are on the bottom of the state. As the funding has gone up, the education level has gone down. And that should not happen. I understand we had COVID and there's been some excuses, but beyond that, the school board has to concentrate on that. How do we get out of that? How do we get better? How do we become a better school board that can be the shining star of Florida instead of the bottom of the pit? The school board needs to focus on education, leave the security issues to the professionals. And I would certainly hope that, as the 1 mil was passed for the school board, that any additional funding would not be planned to go for any kind of additional security when we have a police force, a sheriff force that is fully trained and equipped to do just that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. King. Mr. Davis?
Gary B. White.
Good morning. I represent Tea Party. 150 members that are trying to help this school board do good things and right things for our community, our district. Let me say first that you are victims. You're the victims. Years of growing bureaucracy have you so hand-stringed, hand-tied, that your ability to change the things that you suggested you could change, you find when you get to where you're at, you're the victim and you can't change it. You've all perpetrated prayer in school. You've all perpetrated reading the Bible. You know you can't grow patriots if you don't teach them the Bible. You can't grow patriots if you don't teach them the Bible. You can't grow respect if you don't teach them the Bible. Fear of God is the #1 creation of wisdom. We are 62nd in the realm of school districts in our state, 67, and we're 62nd. We do not need another bureaucracy in this town, in this community, in this district. Another bureaucracy just spends more money and puts more on your back that will ultimately be out of your control anyway. We have a great sheriff now. We plan on voting on good sheriffs in the future because we have a high watermark, and we will continue if Billy Woods and his group have a much deeper look at this through all of their intel and all of their ability to see what is going on from FBI, from the other different units of the federal government that are supposed to protect us. Please do not allow more bureaucracy to come into this school district. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. Let's move from 62nd back up into the top 15% and stop this silly bureaucracy that's going on that is destroying our kids. I will say one thing. Teachers have held an 8.7% position in the schools. Students have held an 8.7% position in the schools. Administrative has gone up over those years 87%. We don't need more bureaucracy. Let Billy Wood take care and the Sheriff's Department take care of our students in the school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Davis?
Brenda White.
Good morning, School Board, Madam Superintendent, and staff. I am here today in support of the Sheriff's proposal. I've reviewed it, and it makes great financial sense, and it provides opportunities for the security that we need by trained professionals. We should be taught to respect our officers in uniform, and I am in agreement that your job as a school board should be more on the educational side, such as reading, writing, arithmetic, and the basics. And let's leave the security that we so desperately need to those professionals. That is the Sheriff's Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. White. Mr. Davis?
Bridget Smith.
Good morning, School Board, Superintendent. Thank you for this workshop this morning. And again, as it is a workshop regarding the Sheriff's proposal, I would hope that you are meeting with the Sheriff to discuss any additional issues that you have had with the proposal that was drafted. As a matter of public record, we did see that the Sheriff has requested a meeting with you to discuss any other issues that are that weren't addressed in the proposal as well. Such as coverage at board meetings, events that are outside the typical bell in to bell out hours, and things like that. This has been discussed already, but I'm just going to read what I have. There has been an enormous amount of rhetoric and narrative in the community. Certain groups' announcements certainly have racial overtones. The photo used in their advertising as a white deputy arresting a black student certainly drives a narrative that the schools are a pipeline to prison, and it's the sheriff's deputies that are doing the arresting. I find this to be appalling and somewhat that, quite frankly, I would expect this board to deny. It's a slap in the face to every law enforcement officer that's currently assigned to each school, where they have established trusting relationships with the students in that school. My granddaughter attends elementary school, and she loves her law enforcement officer there. They talk to them at the school bus line. They are establishing trusting relationships for these elementary school kids growing up to understand that LEROs are safe. If this is the case, and we believe that narrative, and they see and you see the current system here in Marion County as a pipeline to prison, then what has that said about the current safe school system and the school board done to rectify this pipeline? If this is true, then we have all failed our students in epic proportion. But we all know this not to be the case. We know that it to be political rhetoric and propaganda for political gain. It is your job to see through this. Again, we must realize that the LEOs, and the sheriff's proposal is not to be disciplinarians of the schools. The entire purpose of the sheriff's proposal is to improve the 5-person safe school department with a direct relationship to the chief law enforcement officer. Moreover, is the school board prepared to support the enormous liability insurance costs and bonding expenses if you choose to create your own police force? The sheriff already has this. I am of the opinion that we certainly do not need another layer of police in our county and our schools, separate from our sheriff and chief of police. Of more
30
importance,
seconds.
the sheriff and chief of police already offered continued training, continued fostering of community and school relationships, threat assessments, threat response, and proactive prevention, planning, and the list goes on. Everything that you stated in 8405 is incorporated with the sheriff's prevention and proactiveness in his proposal. And regarding data sharing, statute 1001.212 pretty much rectifies all your questions in there. So I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Davis.
Tara Morgan Johnson.
Good morning to all the school board members. Thank you for this opportunity. I first would like to say, give a background on myself. I am a former school administrator. I taught in the schools for 27 years. I also worked in corporate America for 15 years. So I have paid my work duties for 42 years to this country. I want to say first, that I am totally against this proposal, what I have heard. I grew up right here in Ocala. I am a graduate right from this school, Forest High School, in 1972. I was arrested in 1972 for walking out. I was a cheerleader, by the way, and I walked out onto the corridor and I was arrested. My heart bleeds because I am so old school, and I think that we need to go back to some of the old policies or some of our beliefs. I was spanked, I was grounded, and I turned out to be fine. Now we have all these laws in place. I don't want to cry. But when I left, I'm jumping all over the place, but I want to say this, that when I left the school system, I left because an 8-year-old boy broke my wrist in 3 places and tore my TFC, and I had to have 4 surgeries on my right arm. At the time when it happened, the student cursed me, said all kind of belligerent things to me. And the police officer who was on our campus asked me to have him arrested. I said no. I refused to as an administrator because I had that power. I did not have that 8-year-old arrested because I felt that he needed mental health counseling. He needed to go and with his parents and go back to some of the things that we grew up on. All of you grew up in the school system. I believe in police officers. I have police officers in my family. My oldest son served for the United States Coast Guard for 25 years. And I am a citizen. My family is a citizen. We love the police officers. And that is not anything.
30 seconds.
It is becoming political, but I ask you to please consider it. We need to go back to some of the things that we used to do. Go back to mentorings, go back to the community leaders, to our churches, believe in them, and do the right thing, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan Johnson.
Ron Robinson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here representing a company called Code Red Guard. I'll give you a little bit of my background. I had the privilege of working for Governor DeSantis as a designee for Marion County. Basically, we were legal counsel for the county relative to the voting process. I have a very good friend of mine who is an incredible engineer. To make a long story short, this guy spent a lot of time developing a product that provides first responders time to save lives. This product that he has will take your school system and allow you to lock down, secure your school system in 20 seconds. He developed it, and he has an engineering company, and he started about 2 years ago. He is now he's outside of Atlanta, but he has.
Excuse me, sir, this is for public comment. If you have a comment on the agenda item, but not a sales kind of pitch. If you want to do that, you'll have to do it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. This is an important thing because you're talking about.
And I'm happy to take the paperwork as legal counsel. If you can hand it to Mr. Christensen, and he'll hand it to me afterwards.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green, and thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Davis?
Nancy Dean.
Good morning, Board. I am in support of Sheriff's proposal. I am in favor of abolishing the Department of Safe Schools and contracting it out to the Sheriff's Department. There are many financial reasons to do this, and the incurred costs of bonding and ensuring a safe school department has not been addressed by any board member yet. The sheriff already has those costs as part of his proposal, and that is not addressed in your calculations. I am in favor of abolishing the department and contracting out the task of checking locks, doors, fences, cameras, and proposing new security measures to fill identified gaps to the expert organizations that already exist in Marion County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Mr. Davis?
Barbara Schmidt.
Good morning. I support putting our safe school staff in uniforms as part of local law enforcement to promote positive image of our law enforcement. Can you imagine how positive their influence can be on our next generation of students? I have a hard time seeing anything bad with the sheriff's proposal. I hear and read the words of retribution in politics. It is only there if the community makes it that, or the school board uses such language. I ask you, as the school board, where are the politics in the sheriff's proposal? I will tell you this: it is not there. We need to stop making everything you don't like political or racial, and start considering the message we are sending to our next generation. Our message should be one that promotes healthy doses of personal responsibility, self-reliance, and community engagement, and pride in being a good citizen. I have been watching harsh language from our social media on this, and I am amazed the school is letting staff engage on social media. If this is how the school staff thinks about law enforcement, it is no wonder we have such a serious issue with discipline. How can we expect our students maintain a discipline when we have adults behaving worse? I leave you with 5 words. I support the sheriff's school proposal. Thank you. Safety proposal.
Thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mr. Davis?
James Dean.
Good morning, Board. A little bit about my background. I was a member of the Connecticut State Police, and I was also a security officer at Yale University for about 15 years before moving here in Florida. I'm here to support the sheriff's proposal. At the workshop we first saw this proposal, the public and school board expressed concerns about overreach and abuse of student confidential information. I'm ashamed the school board was not aware of the Florida statutes that were updated in 2022 dealing with the issue. Not even the school board lawyer provided any insight and reassurance to the public on this issue. I would like the school board to provide a public statement assuring the public this is not an issue. That statement is just one more statement that's only purpose is to create distrust for law enforcement. Is this the image you want to paint law enforcement with? Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Davis.
I apologize for this if I'm messing up the name. Iredell Hunter. Okay.
Let's go to the next one, and then we'll get her back. Thank you.
All right.
Here she is.
Here she comes.
Oh, okay. Ms. Hunter, take your time. But your time to speak will be starting when you reach the podium. But please take your time.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, school board members returning and new ones. I do appreciate you. Okay, I'm a mother, grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and I believe in the power of law enforcement for our safe schools. I'm not new to Florida, but 5-6 years. But law enforcement has been a wonderful thing, and I'm giving you an example of my life. My son did something wrong. He had to go to prison, okay? The school was not a pipeline for him, okay? But he sat down and talked to his 6-year-old son and said, I did wrong. I need to pay for what I need to do. That resonated with my son and my grandson. My grandchildren, I have 5, all high school graduates of public school with police officers as resource officers. They became friends, became part of PALS, which is the Police Athletic League in Virginia. I have a college graduate of one son, all daughter, granddaughter, and grandson married, has children. The other one is in the workforce, but all graduated from high school. And that's all because it started at home. You need to let kids know that police officers are not all bad. And what they do for security is good. They can see when Johnny has changed. He's coming to school real sad. Maybe the officer can relate that to a teacher or someone. But the school board needs to get on our education, not our police force. Let them do what they do best. And you do what you're supposed to do best. That's educate our children and bring them up to a level that is acceptable, which is in the top 10, 15%. And I believe police officers can be an asset to the children. They can look at law enforcement in that uniform and say, that's
30
my
seconds.
friend. That's my friend. And that's all I have to say. And I just want to tell you that I do support the sheriff's proposal. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter. Mr. Davis.
Nydia Rivera.
Good morning. I just want to say, for any decision, this one included, I think it's very important that the decision be made not based on emotions or rhetoric or anything, but on facts, on truth, and so that's very important. I support the sheriff's proposal for school safety. I think it should be accepted just as it has been proposed. Bottom line for me is what many have mentioned. I think the school board should concentrate on the education aspect and let the sheriff and his department concentrate on what they do best. They also will be able to maintain everything that needs to be maintained to keep the safety of the schools up to par as things move along. So I'm for the sheriff's proposal, and I just say, let's let them do their job so that you guys can be more available to do the job of educating. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Mr. Davis.
Apostle Brandon D. Cave Sr.
The scripture says that in the multitude of counsel, there is strength. In the multitude of counsel, there is strength. What are we doing right now as far as our safe schools are concerned? I've heard a lot of talk today. I cannot subtract anything from what anybody has said. Deputies, police officers, there are some that are good, there are some that are bad. There are some that are racist, there are some that are not. There are some who will not admit that they are, and there are some that will. But in the multitude of counsel, there is safety. This is necessary. A conversation about safe schools. That's really the bottom line. That's really what we want. It's not Democratic. It's not Republican. It's not DeSantis. It's not Trump. It's not Sheriff. It's not McFadden. It is what is best for our children. I have 3 grown sons, 11 grandchildren. And here is the thing. When I raised them, there were rules in my house. They had to follow the rules in my house because I was the dad. Quite frankly, they could disagree with me on anything they wanted to disagree with me on. But the bottom line, if I decided that the answer was no, the answer was no. Now they are all grown and raising their own families. You know what I am now? I am a consulting father. They can ask me my opinion, or they can ask me what I would do. And I always preface it like this. If you want to know what I would do, I'll tell you. If you just want to know my opinion, I'll tell you that too. But really, school board, this is really, really good. But a conversation or a decision to be made about the safety of our kids, it cannot just be made just because there is a few that wants it to be one way or a few that wants it to be another way. No, let's have a decent conversation. And quite frankly, to me, this is not a decent conversation. You know why? Because you guys are sitting too far from us. We can't really reach out and touch you and have a good conversation with you, although we have sat with many of you.
Thank you.
And sitting with you doesn't always give us a clear answer as to how you feel. So my only thing is, whatever decision that you decide to make, let it be for the best interest of our kids, not for the best interest of the sheriff.
Thank you, Apostle Cave. Mr. Davis?
Sidney Grimes.
Thank you for welcoming comments this morning. I am the daughter, wife, and mother of law enforcement officers, and I want to tell you, you all are not victims, you're actually creators. And I hope that you will do your very best to create an atmosphere that is safest for all of our students. I'm very much against the sheriff's proposal, by the way, though I love law enforcement officers dearly. They are trained to do one type of job, and what this requires is something else. A 2020 study from UF, University of Florida professor Chris Curran, director of the Educational Policy and Research Center, has said, and by the way, I did send this study to each of the members of the school board and would be glad to send it to the superintendent as well. Consistent with prior research on school policing elsewhere, findings suggest that the presence of law enforcement in schools increases the likelihood that student behavior is reported to law enforcement and results in arrest. What's more, there is little evidence that the presence of law enforcement has decreased student misconduct or otherwise made schools safer. This is from 2020. The study suggests that the need for dialogue among policymakers and educators about whether law enforcement presence is appropriate in schools, and if so, how they are used. Allowing Billy Woods to take over safe schools is like knowing we are headed in the wrong direction and hitting the gas pedal. Number two, we all agree that discipline is necessary, that discipline is required. And while there are many here who think that discipline is not a function of the schools, I disagree. The word discipline has the same root word as the word disciple, and it means to learn. Handing discipline over to law enforcement will not create an atmosphere of trust or respect with teachers and will actually only serve to reinforce the negative associations children and the general public have with law enforcement officers, which ends up endangering us all. I don't want to see my daughter with a big target on her back because of the rhetoric that happens in public spaces like this. Our children are suffering as a result of the pandemic. They are traumatized. They don't understand how to handle their emotions, and coming down on them with harsh, exclusionary, punitive discipline without addressing underlying causes is cruel and inhumane, and frankly, we're better than that. If we're going to have law enforcement officers in the schools, they need to be well-trained. Lastly, the citizens of Marion County would be better served if Billy Woods would find out why people are leaving the sheriff's office in droves. His employees are miserable, and we certainly don't want to add that type of energy to the school system here. Over 20 people left the sheriff's office in September alone, and they're not just leaving law enforcement, they're leaving Marion County Sheriff's Office and going to other agencies. Please don't bring that energy here. I am strongly against the sheriff's proposal as a family of law enforcement officers right here in this community. And I represent Circle Up Center for Practical Peace Building and would be grateful and honored to be able to offer some more information and training as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grimes. Mr. Davis? Please hold your applause. This is a public meeting. Mr. Davis?
Bernadina Williams.
Good morning. I am a member of the Independent Citizens Referendum Oversight Committee. We call ourselves ICROC. And perhaps more importantly, I am a grandparent of grandchildren enrolling in the public school system, and all 4 of my kids graduated through the public school system. I'd like to express my reservation about the idea of the Sheriff's Department taking control over the safety program. I've been told the Sheriff's Department is already involved in the school safety program. I realize the Sheriff's Department already has their hand in the program. One hand in the program with school system oversight seems to be working fine, but I don't see the need for both hands and both feet. I mentioned I'm on the ICROC committee only because it availed me the opportunity to get updates from the safety director on a regular basis. updates on the fencing and the barriers around the school property, updates on all the cameras that have been installed, updates on the locks on the doors, updates on the training being provided for the employees, the students, and even the parents are being provided training through their SAC meetings. The safety programs are well thought out and being implemented to protect our students. In other words, the system is not broken. It's working as it should be. I also appreciate the levels of oversight being provided for the safety program. Many people play a role, from the parents to the teachers to the employees of the schools to the safety officers to the director to the superintendent of schools, all the way up to the school board. This appeals to me much more than the idea of safety officers and the sheriff. It occurs to me this is too much concentrated control in one person, the sheriff. I so much appreciate the community policing concepts of parents, teachers, employees, and management being the eyes and ears in an effort to avoid problems before they escalate. In many of the mass shootings, there were people who recognized social problems, mental well-being issues, and situations escalating that could have been de-escalated had people been communicating. So the encouragement of the community within the school system being educated as they are, to recognize problems and work together to improve and solve issues is simply a different concept than how the Sheriff's Department is trained to do their job.
30 seconds.
That may work well for the Sheriff's Department, but here we are trying to educate our children in an environment that is conducive to learning. No matter who's in charge, there is only so much a department can do in defense of someone wanting to hurt people at the expense of their own life. If the Sheriff's Department has any useful input to enhance what we're already doing, let's speak up. We have open ears, the school system will listen. One doesn't need to be in control to make suggestions. The system is working. Perhaps always room for improvement, like with everything. As a grandparent, I thank the school board, the superintendent, the safety director, and all of the employees for all they do to educate our next generation of community leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Davis.
Sarah Clifton.
Good morning, Superintendent, members of the board, and staff. I have emailed all of you that I am not in support of the Sheriff's Department or the Sheriff's proposal because the Safe Schools Director is following the law exactly the way it's supposed to be, and because we elected the school board to oversee our schools, and the school board hired our superintendent to carry out those policies. What I've heard today seems to contain a lot of, I don't want to say misinformation, but a lot of mischaracterizations of what the roles are between the Safe Schools Department and law enforcement. And I don't believe that allowing some of that mischaracterization to continue is going to be helpful. So I look forward to the board and the superintendent clearing up what our safe schools do and what the sheriff is proposing. I do not believe that discounting the reality of a school-to-prison pipeline is going to be very helpful, nor do I think indicating that for some reason if the school board maintains control of the Safe Schools Department, that for some reason we're going to have one less math teacher or fewer spelling tests. As far as leaving school safety to the professionals, that's exactly who we have. We have well-trained, well-experienced professionals in charge of keeping our children safe and safeguarding our schools and following the law as it has come down to us from Tallahassee. So I urge you to keep in mind what is real and what has been mischaracterized. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clifton. Mr. Davis.
Narvella G. Haynes.
Good morning. Correction, Narvella A. Haynes. Good morning to each of you. As a taxpayer, voter, my heart goes out to each of you for the vicious attacks you have been made upon you because of statements you made that your stand on the proposal of the Sheriff Department. I have been an activist for all children, regardless of race or color, for over 35 years and have volunteered in schools, and I feel safe. I'm a grandmother, an aunt, and friends to many, and I feel like our kids are safe in the schools as they are today. We all know times have changed and violence is different than it was in our day and time, but we need to focus on the issues why, and not saying we are going to solve it by locking our kids up and giving them criminal records from age 5 and up. Law enforcement job is to protect the community from criminals, and putting them in the school says we are here overseeing criminals. So if I throw a milk carton in the cafeteria and it hits someone, that is aggravated battery and can lead to an arrest and a felony charge. Officers are sometimes over-aggressive and known for approaching students from behind if they snatch away, not knowing what is going on, and that officer is touched, that is aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, which is a felony. There have been many times when officers have been over-aggressive and have escalated situations instead of de-escalating situations. We currently have law enforcement in every school. Why do we want to turn over all discipline control to law enforcement? Remember, the decisions we make today can be everlasting. I'm asking that you put our children first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Mr. Davis.
Sarah M. Green.
Good morning, Superintendent, Madam Chairperson, members. I am pleased to be here today. I was even more pleased when I saw the little ones come before us first. I've spent 55 plus years working in early childhood education as a teacher at Head Start and kindergarten, then moving through the ranks to be an administrator, director of Head Start, executive director of an agency, and my last 16 and a half years was spent as the president and CEO of the National Head Start Association. I got to see the insights of young kids and their growth and development and how what they experience carry on into their adult life. When I was teaching in school, we did a little unit called Community Helpers. We would name categories of people in careers, teachers, nurses, and the kids, we'd ask them to describe what they do, and we would help them out. Of course, everyone thought nurses only give shots to kids. And when it came to the policemen, all they said, the things they said were all negative. They shoot people. They have a gun. They put them in jail. I saw my cousin. Then they start talking personal talk, because most of the kids in Head Start are from areas that are really some of the poorest areas in our communities. They saw and witnessed nothing but negativity from policemen. And those experiences will carry on with them through life. And of course, we did our best to turn that around, to talk about if someone hurt someone, then they have to be punished. We did things to try to turn that around. We had policemen, firemen. They loved the firemen to come in, so you could take up on the truck. But it still, in their neighborhoods, did not have a positive effect on them. In my role at the National in Alexandria, Virginia, I was on a committee that that got a grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation for Head Start programs to get with community folk, policemen, social workers, to build what we call free communities, free to grow for children, because around these neighborhoods were drugs and crimes and this kind of thing. And in Crompton, California, the first thing we saw at one of their schools was a bullet hole in the door of one of the centers. And we asked why it wasn't repaired. They said they left it there because we wanted the community to know how bad it is that around the school, where all these little kids were, you have this high crime, and you had policemen that had a shootout, right? Because it was on a weekend, so the kids weren't there.
30 seconds.
Okay, I want to share one small thing. It's not related to policemen, but as a 6-year-old, my teacher told me to tell my mother, I grew up in Weirsdale, Florida, to wear a coat the next day. I went home, I told my mom. The next day, she told me to tell the teacher she wanted me to wear a coat to buy one. Now, at 6 years old, I didn't quite know what embarrassment was, but that memory stays with me now because I knew it wasn't good. I knew it wasn't positive. So seeing policemen in a school setting where, from what I heard from your own staff, the large majority of our students are not getting into trouble. So why are we spending all this time on the very few? We need to look at what the real problem is, look at it from another angle, deal more with parenting, give more training to teachers, or whatever it takes. But our schools, the memories of our school days, should not be surrounded by policemen with guns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Mr. Davis.
Henry Munoz.
Well, I'm going to talk about the big elephant we're not looking at. The object is either accept the sheriff's proposal or you guys are going to create your own police force, which is going to come up with the same stuff that everybody that's against the proposal is saying. It doesn't make a difference. In the long run, everything goes back to the sheriff. If your own police department has to arrest somebody, they have to take them to the county sheriff. Okay? So why are you messing around with breaking something that is already established? We don't need to create something else. And besides, when we got too many authorities involved, decisions are not well done. And we're just harping on the sheriff having to arrest somebody. That's the case everywhere, anytime. The point is, you have to decide what it is you want. Do you want your own police department, or are we going to use that which we in the county have already paid for? If you want your own police department, you're asking the county to pay for another set of officers. And that's it. That's really what it breaks down. Either you're going to have it your way, or you're going to have it the way that we've already set it up in the county. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz. Mr. Davis, can you tell us how many more speakers we have, please? Because originally it was 25 and we just went to number 26, so I'm just...
Yeah, a couple of forms have come in since. We have 8 left, ma'am.
Okay. Board, would you like to continue through the rest of these before we take a brief recess? Or I was going to try to get through them all before we went into a brief recess. Or
yeah, I would agree. And do we still intend on breaking, and at what time are we breaking? I just kind of would like to finish this conversation before we, take lunch possibly.
Understood. Okay. We'll
go on.
We'll continue to move on. And if board, if any one of you needs to take a break for just a moment, then go ahead and slide out and come right back in. Okay, Mr. Davis, our next speaker.
Robert Schmidt.
Good morning, Board. Dr. Gillette, you mentioned there was a framework in place. I'm not sure if the sheriff's proposal precipitated that or not, but if it did, it's a good thing. I'm glad that it exists. I would like to see it at some point, though, okay, the framework that you mentioned. I've emailed each of you separately, so you each know my position on this. And I will say that I do support the sheriff's proposal. Listening and watching the dialogue that has been evolving in this county regarding the safety of our students in our public schools is alarming. The dialogue in certain social media is negatively suggestive. I'm sure that you have seen that negative in the social media. I support teaching kids how a respectful interaction with law enforcement contributes to a future generation of law-abiding citizens. And we all know law-abiding citizens, respectful of laws and of our society, are critical to maintaining a safe and civil society. I am appalled by the legacy dialogue circulating that seeks to keep hate alive by suggestive graphics that spread fear and hatred for our law enforcement. I'm also sure that you're well aware of that too. As a school board, I hope that you would categorically reject these practices and disavow any relationship with these sources of hate and place student safety at the top of your priorities. Look at the positive strengths of the sheriff's proposal and for the students and what it provides to each of the current safe school employees. What I am here to support of the sheriff's proposal, I want you to know I am here supporting the proposal for the students. We should be doing everything possible to build responsible students that have a respect for our laws and our civil society. After reviewing the sheriff's proposal, I can't understand how anybody would think placing safe schools in the sheriff's organization is anything but positive. The proposal provides incredible flexibility for the school system and does not estrange our current safe school staff. It puts law enforcement where it needs to be and school administrators where they need to be. It does not take up the job of school discipline, as has been suggested here today. School needs to focus on education and get school performance and discipline back on track, and let the sheriff focus on security matters.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Davis.
Bishop David Stockton.
Good morning. Thank you, Superintendent, board members. I'm here today to speak and to share my heart and my concern. One of the things I want to say that there's been a lot of conversation that there's people out there that's against the sheriff. I want to say, as president and chair of the Marion County branch of the NAACP, I am so for the sheriff and what he does for law enforcement. But when it comes to schools, I am very concerned. I'm very much against the proposal for the sheriff to have control of our law enforcement program in our schools. I had notes, but so many things have been said. I want to talk about a few things. There's been conversation about rhetoric out in the social media and things of that nature, but I'm really hearing more of it in this room than I've heard anywhere else. One of the things the NAACP did is that we focused on 4 areas. None of them were political, none of them were racial. The 4 areas were the Florida statute, what we currently have, the options that we have, and the financial responsibility that the school system would have. When we look at this, we understand that Florida statute says that we have to have a safe school program. It gives great options and gives the school board and the community the direction or the opportunity to figure out what's best for their community. The second thing we currently have is a safe school system that works in tandem one with another. I like this because I'm hearing continually that why are we starting something new? It's not new. Our school's safe school program, where we have officers and things of that nature, is at least, if I'm hearing the superintendent in her opening moment, from 2018. So we're not creating something new. It's something that is already there. And what I also like about it, and I'm being mindful of time, is that not only after the October 20th proposal was this brought up, the very next day at one of our local high schools, we had to put what's already in action. We saw it in action. We saw where, when something would happen at a school, the process of what would go on currently. and it went by effortlessly. It was wonderful. It's my response, understanding that even our superintendent was there. Out of the 3 points, there's something that I really want to look at, and I only have 30 seconds. I see it. Is financial responsibility. We talk about the school board doing education and law enforcement doing law enforcement. I would love it if I would hear the law enforcement proposals say, we're willing to do law enforcement and cover the cost. We're saying that we want education and administrators to focus on education, but we're asking, or we're saying, we're going to give you law enforcement of our school and you can bill us back. We talk about how monies has been raised for education and it's being spent for education, but a lot of that budget is going to law enforcement. So let's be mindful of that also. It's not about color, it's about what's best for schools.
Thank you, Bishop Stockton. Mr. Davis.
Michael J. Sachs.
Distinguished Board, Superintendent, thank you for allowing me to speak today. First of all, many of you know I'm a retired New York City detective and I'm a Purple Heart recipient of the Law Enforcement Purple Heart. I was deeply offended by some of the rhetoric that I've seen in the public. We have dedicated men and women that are watching after our children in our schools currently. That's not going to change if the sheriff takes over the Safe Schools program. The mission statement of the Safe Schools program currently on the Marion County Public Schools website is very simple. The Department of Safe Schools' mission is to safeguard the Marion County Public Schools by implementing strategic security measures, providing invaluable lines of cross-communication and support to our law enforcement community partners, while providing a safe learning environment through prevention, intervention, and emergency preparedness planning. We've all seen across the country what can happen when lines of communication get crossed and the message from the responders doesn't get to proper respondees. Those lines are essential. The sheriff being in charge is essential. Jobs are being kept. When Ms. Campbell came to speak with us at the Republican Executive Committee, and I want to say this is not a partisan thing at all. This has to do with our children. I'm glad that Democrats are here. I'm glad that Republicans are here because this has nothing to do with party or race. She brought up some things that were concerning to her, but what I noticed when I went to speak to the sheriff and Ms. Campbell and some of the other board members was that it was guaranteed that people's jobs were kept in the contract. Not only were their names mentioned, but the title was mentioned. So that was very important to people within the community. Nothing in this was personal or had to do with any previous races for any position in the community. There was also the fact that this proposal is not going to affect anything to do with current SROs in the school. The SRO program obviously is tied to Ocala Police Department, Bellevue Police Department. These officers are already in the school. That's not going to change. People need to understand that. There's not going to be a turnover of massive amounts of sheriffs coming into the school. The sheriff is not going to be in charge of discipline. The sheriff is only going to make arrests, the SROs only make arrests
30 seconds.
When crimes are committed, and the crimes have to be serious. None of that changes because disciplinary issues happen. Our school SROs are highly trained officers that understand the needs of our children, and they care about our children. And I think a lot of the community is forgetting about this, and when they hear that officers are coming into the schools or the sheriff is coming into the school, they don't understand that this has to do with operational things, this has to do with streamlining the communications, and this has to do with what the sheriff is supposed to be doing and keeping our children safe. I am very much for the sheriff taking over, and I think it's what's right for our children. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Mr. Davis.
Judy Johnson.
Good morning. As a former school board member, I know the kinds of issues that you have to deal with and that you will make good decisions based upon the best interest of children in this community.
But I also served for a while as a staff attorney for the Leon County School Board. And in that capacity, I reviewed lots of contracts for them. And I've reviewed this contract, and I certainly would not recommend it for signature. A contract is required to have consideration and mutuality of agreement and mutuality of responsibility. This contract, as presented to you, requires that the school board and the superintendent relinquish their authority, pay for the privilege of doing so, and retain the responsibility under the statute for the protection and safety of our schools. Article 9 of the Constitution of the State of Florida says that the school board shall operate, control, and supervise the free public schools in the district, and that includes being responsible for safety. Clearly, the Florida statutes say that the superintendent and the school board are in charge of school safety, and they make choices about how that happens. And you have. You have a school resource office program that's been in place for years, and it is successful and working well. But the activities under the school resource officer are also done in consultation and coordination with the school principal. That language is not in the proposal that you have in front of you. Article 1 of the proposal creates the school safety specialist program with the sheriff and makes the employees his, and requires them to be deputy sheriffs, whether or not that is in the best interest of the school resource or the school safety program. The skills that are available to deputies are not necessarily the best skills to be dealing with students in the schools. Article 2 purports to outline the rights and duties of the school board, but the 4 items incorporated there are all the responsibilities and duties. There are no rights given to the school board under Article 2. The only right appears to be able to pay to the Sheriff's Department $477,707 a year in the year 2023. Article 6 deals with the termination of employees and puts that squarely in the realm of the sheriff, regardless of whether or not the superintendent agrees.
30 seconds.
The usurpation of the superintendent's role, the usurpation of the school board's role under the proposed language in this document, which is what you have before you, should require that you reject the document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Bruce Seaman.
When I first spoke on this topic, I thought it was odd that the sheriff's proposal sought to address an issue that doesn't exist. I mean, this just came out of the blue. We've been doing just fine with Mr. McFadden running the school safety program for years. And all of a sudden, we've got this proposal out of the blue. It's a problem. It doesn't exist. And in fact, we've heard a lot of very passionate talk about problems that don't exist today. I mean, I would have thought that after the weak response from the board last time and the huge lack of support from the community survey since then, that the sheriff would let it go, because he doesn't really gain anything from it besides a new responsibility, which I doubt his busy office really needs. And yet the sheriff has doubled down on his proposal. And we've seen the results with all the comments today. I mean, if I was perplexed at the proposal initially, I am now even more perplexed by the sheriff's persistence. I mean, what exactly is to be gained by this proposal? And by whom? No one gains anything. We just heard how nothing really is going to change. It's all just bureaucracy. School board isn't going to gain anything. School safety isn't going to be improved. The talk about a unified command structure sounds like a good talking point. But in fact, as my friend Judy Johnson just said, the proposal is divisive to the command structure. The singular authority for school safety rests with the school board, but the sheriff wants you to hand it over to him, effectively taking away the board's ultimate responsibility. That divides authority. Their primary argument makes no sense. So there has to be some reason to account for the sheriff's dogged pursuit of this. And seeing none, really, we're kind of left to speculate. Because if none of the local players have anything to gain from it, are there other powers that be deeply invested in seeing this happen? Is there some agenda at the state level? Well, I mean, school safety is not a big item, hot item, because we've been there, done that in the years since Parkland.
30 seconds.
The only marquee items about public education at the state level is waging the culture wars in the public schools. So is school safety going to be dragged into the culture wars? Should SROs be made into thought police, the woke police, safeguarding the public schools from woke people? I hope not. The school board is now composed of the most capable, education-focused members that I can recall in over 25 years of residency here. Please don't open the door to distractions of political mudslinging in the ugly culture wars. Please say no thanks and move on to the substantial tasks of giving our community the kind of public education that it deserves. School safety has been and remains in good hands with Dennis McFadden and his staff. Move on to the real issues.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman. Mr. Davis?
Deborah Grill?
I want to thank the school board for your patience. I've been here too, listening to a lot of rhetoric. I'm not a very political person. I've heard a lot of things that sound political to me. I've heard a lot of academic rhetoric, but I just want to speak from my long experience as both a school psychologist and a psychiatrist. And my experience with law enforcement has been they are our best friends because I don't see them as arresting people. I know that that's the public image now, but they are specialists at diffusing potential conflicts, existing conflicts, without violence happening, without arrest needed to be done. Now, there are exceptions to that, but an advantage they have from being in the school safety is that they can do follow-up in the homes and be out in the community. So they can extend building relationships between law enforcement and the community, which is much, much needed. So I am in favor of the sheriff's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grill. Gabriel, thank you for the correction, Ms. Gabriel. Mr. Davis?
Carol Krosky?
Good morning, Superintendent and members of the board. While I don't have children in the Marion County Public Schools, I am a proud product of the Marion County Public Schools. My baccalaureate program and service was held in this very auditorium. I will not say how long ago that was, but it was. I do believe the program already in place should be continued and allowed to improve. Yes, the school's top priority is educating with reading, math, science, and I might add STEAM. However, I do believe law enforcement is paramount for public safety. However, if the Marion County Public Schools has its own safety program in place, allow it to continue. Children now are very different from those who were like me when I attended Forest High School. But the school system's program must be allowed to work must be allowed to continue in its endeavors to do what is best for the children of the Marion County school system. I too believe that what's not broken does not need to be fixed. Please, if you do anything else with this effort, please include parents in your success with the program. Please include the community in its involvement, but whatever you do, keep the program in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krosky. Mr. Davis.
Whitfield Jenkins.
Good morning, board members. Whitfield Jenkins, 2200 Northwest 24th Road. Good evening, good morning. It's good to see you again, Madam Superintendent, board members. I have sat and listened to some very, very powerful statements from the different elements that are here today. In preparing for this, I did read the Safe School Act. I read the letter from Sheriff Woods to the superintendent. I read his proposal, and I read a most impressive document from Diversified Consultant Concept Company that I found to be superior to everything else here in terms of trying to solve this problem. I want to go back and repeat many of the powerful statements made by such persons such as Judy Johnson, Bruce Seaman, and some others. I just share this short personal experience. Some of you have read information in terms of my civil rights work, which I have been involved in since 1984. For about 35, 37 years, I have worked in the area of civil rights, not only locally, statewide, and nationally, with an intent to try to improve race relations in communities. And I know by now you recognize that here in 2022, we still have a problem in that regard that relates to this issue, but nobody wants to talk about. It's a strange phenomenon in terms of the opportunities we have to really address this and deal with it positive and get positive results. And when we get to those opportunities, we cower away and we try to find some way to avoid it. I'll just share this with you. Most might not know this. In my position with the NAACP, I had involvement with every sheriff and every police chief in this community, except for Sheriff Billy Woods. I have not had any involvement with Billy Woods. And we had issues, real tough issues that we were addressing. Sometimes it involved
30 seconds.
Police conduct that my community did not find to be appropriate. But you know what we did? We worked through that, and I was so proud to see former Chief Murray Dean, who is here, who can testify of the confrontation that he and I have had, and yet we overcame it and have great respect for each other. I think that's what we need to be looking at. We need to be looking at some real leaders that are going to stand up in this community and tell it like it is, regardless of whether they're speaking for their side or the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Davis.
That concludes comment.
Thank you. Thank you to, by my count, the 34 individuals who completed the public comment form and shared your comments with us today. One person is in the room that I would also like to have a 3-minute public comment from, and that is Sheriff Woods. He has been here and heard all 34 of these comments as well, sitting in the back of the room. Sheriff Billy Woods, if you wouldn't mind coming forward and sharing with us as well, and Mr. Davis will set the clock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, for your time. It's encouraging to see this many citizens show up for our community because our kids' safety is one of the most important parts of my job. I would like to clear up a couple of misconceptions and then ask that we continue to work through this. One, if anyone is perceiving this proposal as a means for me to fire an employee, that is not the case at all. It is totally the opposite. And for one, state statute does not allow me to arbitrarily do that. In fact, I would like to hire the 5 employees to ensure that they would not lose their job. Waive the standard probationary period and ensure you that they will have all of the benefits of a deputy, training, and all available resources that I have in the future, while keeping their current roles with the schools and your students. 2, I am making this proposal as a means of preparing for Marion County's future and to unify resources to enable a more efficient execution of safe and secure schools by applying good organizational principles. Now, the house is not burning down right now, but we know from time to time things can fall through the cracks. When a community grows, everything multiplies, the good and the bad. We want to make sure that our communication is ready before there is an emergency or too many things slip through the cracks. That is the purpose of this proposal at this time. The question really before you is this: are you okay with the status quo? Because I'm not, nor should you. Now, I pray and hope for these parents' sake, this is not your thought process for the education of the children within our school district. And it should not be your thought process for the safety as well. As I have heard from some of you in this room, we are okay. Well, that is not okay. We should always be looking to the future to improve and strive to be better than what we already are,
30 seconds.
Especially when it comes to the protection of our children. This has obviously become someone's political agenda and is becoming a political fight, which is absolutely appalling to me and has been fueled by 1 or 2 individuals within this room, and it is not me. So, I would like the opportunity to take the concerns of the public, everything that I've heard here today, and the board, that I have heard over the last couple of months, tweak the process and come back to a workshop, which should have been done before today, with more time to present and answer your questions so we can together plan for a better future. I am asking that you table this to a future date until just after the first of the year in order for you and I to have a more robust discussion without the distractions of inaccurate assumptions, accusations, and mostly the inaccurate information that is being stated, which is simply sometimes a bold-faced lie.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to further discussion.
Thank you, Sheriff Wood. Okay, please hold your applause. This is a public meeting. Please hold your applause. Thank you. Board, we'll bring that back to the board now again. Thank you for all of the public comment that we have heard today. We certainly appreciate the engagement, the interest. We know that our students' safety and security is of the utmost concern, and we have seen that today through the commentary that we've heard from many citizens. So as we bring this back to the board, just a reminder, board, on October 20th, this presentation came before us. There was extensive public comment at that time as well. We have since then received survey data as well as dozens of emails, phone calls, text message individually. I know I have. I'm not speaking for all of you. I can only assume that you also have received all of that. And this was set for today's agenda to bring this back to the board for additional conversation, now with our 2 new board members seated to be able to weigh in on the conversation. So just setting that framework, board, I open it up for your commentary.
I don't mind starting.
Go ahead, Dr. James.
So to provide a little personal rhetoric, and I shared a lot on the campaign about myself. I grew up very privileged and had the privilege of only ever having very positive police interactions. I had great relationships with the sheriff's officers that would come in for DARE, what we had DARE in the 90s, and I had joyous relationships with any officer I ever came in contact with, aside from a speeding ticket or two in college. When I graduated with my bachelor's degree, I went to teach kindergarten in Pine Hills, at Pine Hills Elementary in Orange County. I served about, at one point, 23 or 24 kindergartners, and many of them came from a very different walk of life than I did. At Thanksgiving or Christmas that year, I was at a family gathering, and I had ringworm. And I had ringworm because many of my children in my classroom had ringworm. And I share this for a reason. And when ringworm you get from contact, so you had to touch children. You had to give them hugs or maybe give them a high five. And my family member said, why we just don't touch them then? And I said, that's not possible. I love all of them. They're all special. Fast forward probably almost 10 years, and in walked into my life Tamaya at a high school right here in Marion County Public Schools. And when I entered her life, it was the third quarter, it was spring break of her freshman year, and she had gotten 27 discipline referrals, level 1 and level 2. She was a lost cause for many on that campus who had been dealing with her behavior. And I stepped in, and the one thing I did differently than some of my peers was built a relationship with her. In the fourth quarter of her freshman year, she received no discipline referrals because every day I checked in with her and I checked out with her. And that relationship continued. And Tamaya crossed a stage at a high school here in Marion County this past summer in June. And she graduated Marion County Public Schools and is now working in our county in a job that could very well become a career for her. She is an example of many students who people may not have built relationships with, or they did not have the opportunity to build those strong relationships in their home. And they look to the educators on our campuses, who I believe do a tremendous job every single day building relationships. There were many times in Tamaya's educational career when people wanted to send her to an alternative site because they didn't feel like dealing with her anymore. And again, those relationships I built with her changed the course of her educational career here in Marion County Public Schools. The dissertation that I wrote studied relationships, and the data that I collected proved that educators who build relationships with students have lower discipline occurrences and higher student performance in their classrooms. The data supports that when we build relationships, our students perform and they want to come to school. I am a huge advocate for having law enforcement presence on our campuses. My own child is in kindergarten in Marion County Public Schools, and in the case of an emergency where a bad person does a bad thing, I want a good guy with a gun to protect her. When I met with both Billy Woods and Chief Balkin, they both shared with me how fierce of a response they would have in the instance in which someone would make a poor choice and potentially hurt the children within our schools. And I believe wholeheartedly that that is their intention and that will continue to happen in our county. But I do believe that the sheriff's officer's job on our campus, more so than protecting against a bad guy with a bad gun, is to build relationships with our students and to foster healthy relationships with sheriff's officers. Many people today have mentioned the school to prison pipeline. From an educator's lens, I want people to understand that when a child reaches third grade and they cannot read, their educational experience begins to be incredibly frustrating. And there are times in which our reaction to their behavior leads them to consequences that may be more severe than would necessarily be appropriate. Because if we had built that relationship ahead of time, we may not be where we are that day. I say all that to say, I am going to continue to be a fierce advocate for building relationships with our students and having law enforcement presence on our campuses. I believe wholeheartedly that that is how we make sure our children are safe, including my own. And I hope as a board that we are going to be able to work with Dr. Gullett, work within the framework of the policy that we've created, and formulate the best possible decision for Marion County Public Schools. But I do agree that in this moment, our focus is on instruction. We do not have a place right now as a board member, I don't feel, to develop a whole encompassing police force. We don't have that within the scope of what we need to focus on right now. We need to improve and be in that top 10 or top 15% of instruction. I absolutely agree with that. So I believe in the plan that Dr. Gullett is going to put forth in developing a task force to try to tackle this issue. But I will lead always with building relationships fundamentally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James. Board?
I'll just make a quick comment. Again, I want to thank everybody here as we go through the comments, the emails, the phone calls, your participation today. You see that it's very much split. We're almost, at least as I tallied, we have just about as many people that are supporting the sheriff as they are supporting safe schools. And there are a lot of issues that come into play outside of an active shooter drill. And one concern for me is our academic achievement. And as I visited with 40 or plus administrators and teachers, they have two top concerns that are keeping them from academic achievement. And number one is behavior. Number two is the amount of time, that our staff members are spending on assessment. So those are two things that I want to investigate and have more discussion on so that we can address these issues not only as they affect our safety at our school, but how to project us in a positive way so that our student achievement continues to rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Vice Chair.
I shall speak. I want to start by thanking everyone out in the audience for coming out today. A few of you thanked us for the opportunity. However, in my mind, the way it works is we work for you. And hearing from you is one of the many best parts, in my opinion, of being a school board member. We have such an amazing opportunity here, and I feel even more confident after hearing the conversation today. I'd like to thank the superintendent and also Sheriff Woods for their suggestions of how to take this forward as a community and as the board of leaders that's sitting up here before you. I very much have faith that this is an opportunity that is opening a conversation that has needed to be had in this community, honestly, for a very long time. I don't know how many of you sitting in this audience have been here for a lifetime, multiple generations. I don't know how many of you sitting in this audience just moved here 2 years ago. There's an opportunity here to learn a lot about each other and to build trust and to find coalition. It's interesting to me when I looked out into the audience, I could tell who's on one side, who's on the other. For the most part, there were a couple of brave people that sort of sat in the middle. And what I'm getting at here is it's a relief, too, to know that our sheriff and our superintendent are confident that there is not a sense of urgency at this moment to do something. Nothing is on fire. But what we do have that I feel urgent about is taking this lightning in a bottle moment that's being afforded to us and have those tough conversations and come to a plan that best meets the needs of this community. Obviously, that's within the letter of the law. Obviously, that's within all of the standards and regulations that we have to abide by. But I'll take that any day. So thank you so much. That's where I am today.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Reverend Cummings?
I guess everybody waiting on me. So let me be very clear on my stance. My stance has not changed. When I first heard this proposal, I was adamantly against it, not against the sheriff, nor the sheriff's department. As a law enforcement officer, I understand law enforcement. I completely understand how to have a relationship with law enforcement. But to move forward with this proposal, in my opinion, is not just, does not do our staff any good, does not do our community any good, because as you can see, this topic has further divided our community. This topic has further separated us. This topic has further made us partisan, and as many people have came up here and said, it's not political, it's not partisan. The topic has made it that way, unfortunately. And to me, that's a sad state for our community, that school safety, children's safety, will become a politically divided conversation. I heard some things in the deliberation today. So I heard someone refer to the sheriff and the sheriff's department as the A-team. And I cringed in my seat to hear our law enforcement agency that protects Marion County and its citizens as the A-team. And I hope the sheriff would agree with me on this. He may not, but I believe that he would. The A-team, let me be clear. The A-team, a TV series from 1983 to 1987, was about 4 men who were convicted of a crime, who were fugitives from justice, who were running from the law, who had became hired mercenaries. I don't believe that our sheriff's department would want to be considered as hired mercenaries. I don't believe our sheriff's department would want to be considered as fugitives. So I would hope that we would not refer to our law enforcement agency as an A-team. But then I heard this about this prison to school to prison pipeline, saying that there's rhetoric that this would create a school to prison pipeline. Well, for the fact it won't create it, because the pipeline already exists. All it will do is open up the valves to the pipeline. So there is no rhetoric in that fact, because you can look at the stats, you can go back and check DOC records, you can check law enforcement stats, you can check educational records. It doesn't create it, it just floods it. We already have uniformed law enforcement on our school campuses. Every one of our campuses have a uniformed law enforcement officer. And let me say this, they do a tremendous job in keeping our schools safe and collaborating with our staff daily. But we also have a safe schools department that goes above just keeping our schools safe. There is further conversations that our safe schools department does that many people have no idea what they do. So to say that we would get rid of our safe schools department and then allow the sheriff's department to take over our safe schools department would relegate us to getting rid of some vital resources that our safe schools department, or jobs that our safe schools department does right now. When I looked at the survey that we asked for, I saw many different responses. I looked at the responses from our community. I looked at the responses from our staff. I read the responses from our Safe Schools Department. And overwhelmingly, I saw that there was not a need for us to move forward with this proposal. When I hear the educators saying that they don't feel that this is going to be needful for our schools and it's not good for our students. When I hear administrators saying they don't feel that this is good for our schools. They are the professional educators. They are the ones that deal with our children every day. And they understand the authority that they would be giving up by allowing this or not speaking to this proposal going forth. I listened to our Safe School staff and their reasoning on, because we asked why aren't any of them currently working in that field at that level? I listened to that too. So when I truly respect our sheriff, I truly respect him, and I think his proposal may have come from a good place. I don't doubt that he wants to keep our kids safe. However, there is a however. He asked that we relook at this proposal, that we redraft the proposal, that we renegotiate the proposal. I don't agree with that. I agree with that the proposal that has been been submitted, and that is before us now, is not a good proposal. That's what this board is challenged with dealing with. Not a future proposal, but the proposal that has been put before us now. We as a board have an obligation to deal with what the superintendent submitted, and she explained to us why she submitted it. So the proposal at hand is what we're supposed to be dealing with, not something down the road. And if we're going to do our due diligence as a board, we need to deal with it today. Either go forward with the proposal or dismiss the proposal or whatever we want to do, but it should be not kicked down the road like a can, and it needs to be dealt with. This community deserves it. Our safe school staff deserve it. Our administrators deserve it. Our children, they're the first priority. They deserve it. This concludes my comments.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. I appreciate the comments from the board today, and again, appreciative so much of the commentary that we've received in multiple forums, including in person today. I appreciated the opportunity to be able to share not only with our REC education group, but I'm going to call it the Black Pastors of Marion County, though I'm not certain exactly who that group was that I met with, Apostle Cave and Bishop Stockton, and I appreciate for that opportunity as well. Again, we as board members are available to speak to anyone at any time, and so please be aware that just because we may have been called out to have spoken to one group may not mean that we didn't also speak to a group that you might be representative of. So please be aware of that. Again, as Ms. Thrower was saying, we kind of could see the divide in the room, and we honestly, by my tracking here, have had a very even divide of those that are falling on one side or the other. And I go back to my original comments that many of us in this room still have a shared faith. And I want to make sure we go back to that, and that the peace that transcends all understanding will guard all of our hearts and minds as we move forward in this conversation. When I go back to Dr. Gullett's original comments and statements to us, though, I have to look at the policy that this board has already approved. And on September 27th, 2022, which was just before we had the work session about this commentary, Policy 8405, titled School Safety and Security, specifically spells out that the superintendent, in conjunction with the school safety specialist, will develop the school safety and security plan with input from representatives of the local law enforcement agencies as well as others, including the community. It further spells out who the school safety specialist is. And the school safety specialist is someone that the superintendent designates, and it must either be a school administrator employed by the district or a law enforcement officer employed by Marion County Sheriff's Office. At this point, today, Dr. Gullett has appointed an individual to serve in that role. This board is not seeing her put forth a proposal to have anyone else in that role. I am interested in hearing more from the superintendent on the procedures We as a board know we've been approving policy. It's up to her and her team to put forth procedures. Within this policy, it also specifically spells out people that will be a part of developing this school safety and security plan. That include members of the board, school building administrators, school resource officers, commissioned school safety officers, local mental health agency, and teachers and staff. It's now up to the superintendent to develop procedures, if they aren't already established, to help put this policy that we already have in place into implementation. At this juncture, as Reverend Cummings said, we have a proposal before us, and the proposal alters what this policy currently says. If we were to accept the policy, or excuse me, if we were to accept the proposal as it's written, it would be contrary to the policy that we already have in place. As we've heard today from my friend, Ms. Johnson, who also has served as a board attorney and a school board member, and definitely would be an advisement of how a school board should consider a legal document. I appreciate the thoughts that we've heard today, understanding that the proposal as it is presented right now, this board member still cannot accept. And I've said that numerous times, including to the sheriff. The way the proposal is currently written, I cannot accept it. So if that is what we are deciding today and coming to consensus on the proposal, the only proposal we have before us, I will not accept, in part because it is contrary to current school board policy. I would like to hear from Dr. Gullett to see if there's any additional information for us on procedures you would like to see put in place for this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Appreciate the conversation, certainly, and the respect with which this is given for our safe schools. In addition to what you've just shared, Madam Chair, 48405, and forgive me if I missed this, I want to make sure it's clear that we are looking for, as per policy, input from representatives of local law enforcement agencies. That's a critical part of this, and I would also say student representatives. So if the school board has a representative in the coming year, I would certainly include student voice in this. I don't know that we've talked a lot about that, but I think student voice is also important. As it pertains to the current policy, that is why I want to move with a sense of urgency to convene a committee to address the matter before us, and other items, as I shared in my introductory remarks. There are many pieces of safety that we need to address. It's not that we're not addressing them, but I think there's opportunities to continue to improve. And I agree that there's not an emergency, but we need to move with a sense of urgency forward. I think everyone in this audience, as well as our community at large, agrees with that. So, in my opinion, based on what you as a school board adopted on September 27th, it provides us a path forward to, again, have those critical conversations with the entire community, get input from everyone to look at perhaps what we haven't looked at as deeply and as publicly in the past, and I think that's necessary.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board, is there any other commentary on this?
Madam Chair, and I heard what the superintendent said, and I also understand what the policy says. So from what I'm understanding with this policy that we've already adopted, it would be in violation of our own policy to move forward with this proposal. If because of the framework that already exists in the policy that we've adopted. So it's in the best interest that we move forward with the framework, with the structure that Dr. Gullett has already said exists within the policy, deal with this and move forward with the conversations of the things that we need to get done, but this needs to be resolved.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I feel like we're starting to dance around the issue a little bit. I feel like what's on the table here is that both the sheriff and our superintendent have made it clear that they want to work together and bring a proposal back to the board that encompasses all of the conversations, all of the recommendations of the task force that, I mean, the sheriff's going to be on that task force, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and I'm all for that for the reasons I stated earlier. To me, this is an opener. And so if I have to say directly that it is my position to reject the proposal as currently written and to move forward with the next step, then that's what I'm proposing. And I'll look for consensus on that with the rest of the board.
You have my consensus. Reject this proposal.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
You have mine as well.
Dr. James? Yes. Ms. Conrad? Thank you. Board, we have reached consensus that the proposal as presented is going to be rejected. However, as Dr. Gullett has shared with us, there is great work to be done still yet. We certainly appreciate all of the commentary and the dialogue, and as Vice Chair Thrower said it so eloquently, this is an opener. This is that opportunity for our community to really, truly be a part of ensuring the safety and security of our students in our schools. We will continue the dialogue. Dr. Gullett will be putting forth a committee, task force, some makeup of local law enforcement, as well as our school teams, our students, to speak to what Dr. Gullett just mentioned. I proposed on Tuesday evening, and we're going to be pursuing it, potentially having a student member on our board that participates in our board meetings on a regular basis. We're going to be working on the process of how that looks, but that is something that we hope to bring forth in the next couple of weeks. So definitely having student voice here as well, local mental health agency involved, and to go through the 13 steps that are outlined in our policy 8405. Dr. Gullett, is there anything else that you would like to say on this matter?
No, thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have something further, because when I look at this policy, 8405, it says the superintendent is responsible for designating the district school safety specialist. That person is to serve on this committee, from my reading of this. Is that person Mr. McFadden? Because I believe that if you're going to have conversations about safe schools, that the director of safe schools should be included in that conversation.
Dr. Gullett.
Thank you for the question, Board Member Cummings. The school safety specialist is currently Mr. Singletary, but the policy says the superintendent in conjunction with the school safety specialist. So as I read it, and I'm not the attorney, it doesn't mean it's exclusive of anyone, which is why I've added even student voice. And if it's not the representative for the board, I would certainly take one from my council. I have a student council. So I don't see this as a finite list. I think it's an opener, as you well stated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair, just a question of clarification. Concerns that we have as this moves forward, some issues with the mental health component of this, as we will be losing our ESRA dollars. And I heard from both sides in the audience of how important that is, and I, as a former teacher, believe it's extremely important. So at what point do we get to have input on some of the hot topics that we feel are going to fall under these safe school initiatives? When do we get to have that conversation?
Another great question, Board Member Conrad. And this provision, this policy includes local mental health agency. And again, I would subscribe to the notion of us not just being about the agencies in the community at large, which I, again, think is a great opportunity for us, but also with those on our staff that are part of that conversation. It's a critical part of this work. Critical part.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So at this point, this board will await additional information from Dr. Gullett should, it does list here that members of the board will also be a part. It does say members, not member, singular. So we will await scheduling and timeframe on when this task force will be put together and have meetings.
Certainly, and then if I may, Madam Chair, it is my intention, pending today's conversation, to bring something forward in January, at least preliminary plans, because we need to move promptly on this.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again to those in the audience who have participated today. Board, I know that we have a time that we are going to be breaking for lunch, and so I think that because we knew this was going to be lengthy, it being 11:39, would we be prepared to do that now, or should we continue with another topic ahead of that? Mr. Davis and Dr. Gullett, I'm looking to you to see if...
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I was just asking what time the lunch was prepared for. You said 11:30, Mr. Davis?
That's what I was told.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So with that, this board is going to recess for 30 minutes for lunch, and it is right now 11:39 a.m. Thank you. Back from our recess at 12:20 p.m., I want to say a special thank you to Chef Nine and the students here at Marion Technical Institute. Provided delicious lunch for us that they prepared, so thank you to them. And Dr. Gullett, continuing on with today's agenda.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Members of the board, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Stephen Ayers, who is our Director of School Choice, and he is going to provide some background information and a proposal for your consideration for the Southwest area for the 2023-2024 school year. I do want to say very clearly that this is a start. It does not address all of our localized overcrowding, but it is the beginning, and you'll hear more about that. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Ayers.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, board members, Dr. Gullett, Ms. Green. I'm here today. Okay. I'm here today to discuss the proposed Southwest rezoning for the 23-24 school year. As Dr. Gullett said, this is a first step in addressing the capacity in the Southwest section of the district. And we're working on the PowerPoint, getting it up.
Technical difficulties.
I just heard it ding, so maybe that. There we go. All right, the rezoning of attendance boundaries is addressed in Board Policy 5120 and Bylaw 0131, which requires rulemaking requirements. The timeline is scheduled so that a public hearing and vote is scheduled for February 28, 2023. And this is so that staffing plans can be adjusted. The group, and this was a group committee that developed this plan, developed an equitable plan that addresses students, facility use, and transportation. The proposed zoning changes will impact the following schools: Horizon Academy, which is a 5th through 8th grade school; Liberty Middle School, which is a 6th through 8th school; Sunrise Elementary, a pre-K to 4 school; and Marion Oaks Elementary, which is currently a pre-K to 5 school. This chart lists the current grade serves, the current enrollment, and utilization of each school. This chart shows the potential students affected at each school. These are as-zoned students, not necessarily just attending students. Any rezoning needs to take into account potential students that live in the zone, not just students that are currently attending those schools. So the potential students affected for Horizon Academy is 184 students that would not go to Horizon but stay at Sunrise. 294 6th through 8th grade students from Liberty to Horizon Academy. And then Sunrise, 179 kindergarten through 5th grade students that would move to Marion Oaks. This slide shows the current attendance zones for Marion Oaks Elementary and Sunrise Elementary School. The green stars designate households with students. This slide shows the proposed boundary change. The area outlined in red dashes is west of Marion Oaks Manor. These are 179 kindergarten through 5th grade students that would be zoned for Marion Oaks under the proposed plan. This slide shows the current boundary of Liberty Middle and Horizon Academy. Again, the green dots designate households with students. This slide shows the proposed boundary change for Liberty Middle School to Horizon Academy. Again, the green dots designate households with students. The yellow area in yellow is a 2-mile walk zone for Liberty Middle School. This is a closer view of that area. The proposed boundary change is the area south of 100th Street Road to Southwest 65th Court and south of Southwest 103rd Street Road to Southwest 49th Avenue, and the area east of 75 that is south of Southwest 66th Street. This is 294 as zoned 6th through 8th grade students. This chart shows the projected enrollment of the school and school utilization after the zone changes are done. Horizon will become a 6th to 8th grade school, and Sunrise will become a pre-K to 5th school. The proposed zoning is the first step in addressing school capacity, and it immediately relieves Liberty Middle School and provides capacity for future enrollment. Liberty Middle, Marion Oaks Elementary, and Horizon Academy have the ability for further capacity expansion, whereas Sunrise Elementary is site constrained. The district also owns several properties in the area for future school buildings. At this time, I'm going to introduce the area directors who will talk about the academic model for the proposed schools.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers. We would like to take a few moments to talk through the academic model of a traditional pre-K through 5 school, as well as a 6 through 8 school. As we know, 5th grade students on a middle school campus certainly engage in courses that are different from our middle school learners. 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students attend different classes every hour, earning credits for each course that they take, while our 5th grade students do not take courses to earn credits. They take elementary courses in reading, math, science, and social studies. Teachers of our elementary students receive specific supports in the new BEST benchmarks by our school-based content area specialists. Secondary coaches have received specific training to help secondary teachers with their BEST benchmarks as well, and those are specific training for elementary learning versus the secondary coaches. Having 5th grade at an elementary school allows coaches at the secondary school to focus more on the needs of our middle school learners, their learning, and the support that those teachers would need. Likewise, elementary teachers of 5th graders on a pre-K to 5 campus receive that specialized support from our elementary coaches who work with benchmarks in K-5. 5th grade students could also benefit from other elementary teachers on a pre-K-5 campus for additional closing of our academic gaps or during MTSS opportunities. We know that our elementary teachers attend an elementary teaching program through a college or university. They're trained in the specialties of teaching elementary-aged children. Trying to hire elementary teachers in our middle school level can certainly pose a challenge, as teachers are specifically trained for elementary. An elementary teacher may decide to teach 5th grade for some time, but then at some point they might want to switch to a lower grade level. At the middle school campus, that does not give them any opportunity to be able to do that, and therefore it could limit those hiring opportunities of our elementary teachers to serve on a middle school campus. We know that our 5th grade students are typically 10 years old, and being on an elementary campus, that is more appropriate for our elementary-aged children. We know that our 5th graders are starting to develop their leadership skills and build confidence. Again, at an elementary school, they have the opportunity to have multiple teachers who are able to help in fostering this because their teachers typically have known them since pre-K or kindergarten. In conclusion, a benefit of the proposed Southwest rezoning would allow for the academic model to return to a traditional grade 6-8 middle school at Horizon Academy, and it would also allow the 5th grade students the opportunity to be included at a pre-K to 5 elementary school. Thank you.
The next 2 slides show the demographics of each school before and after the proposed attendance boundary changes. The schools will maintain similar demographic profiles. This shows the Liberty Middle School and Horizon Academy demographic profiles before and after. And the next slide shows the Sunrise Elementary and Marion Oaks Elementary School. They maintain similar demographic profiles. Notifications will be sent to the affected families by targeted U.S. mail, email, and Sky Alert calls, inviting the affected families to one of 2 informational meetings. Parents will receive information and have the ability to provide input. Another work session will be scheduled to review the parental input. A public hearing and final vote will be scheduled. And that final vote and public hearing will be February 28th, 2023. At this time, Marion Oaks is the only school that would need additional classroom space. The district is exploring the following options for that classroom space: a swing site for short-term use while purchasing a modular building or construction a permanent wing, portables for short-term use while purchasing a modular building or constructing a permanent wing, or portables for long-term use.
Mr. Ayers? Chair, would you please describe a swing site?
A swing site is a temporary site that houses a school. Typically, swing sites are done when we're building a brand new school, and it would attempt to house the students for continuity. And so it's sort of like a swing site temporarily for that. So we could house a swing site at another school and keep it contained so the students would have the ability to progress with each other while we're building a new wing. So if we would take the students to host them at a swing site, they would stay together at a different school until the new school, whether a brand new school or site, is ready to receive them. And it's mainly for continuity of school, your friends, the education, and parents, so they keep the same thing.
Thank you. That was a new term to me.
Yes. It's not a dancing place. And at that time, that is the plan, the proposed plan. And again, this was developed with a group of committee people that looked at all things: what was best for students, facility usage, and transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers. And so, Madam Chair, members of the board, we look forward to your questions and comments. And I do want to also note that we have Ms. Dobbins here, too, if there are additional questions regarding to the facilities that were mentioned.
Thank you. Dr. James?
I wanted to confirm slide 3, and then again throughout the presentation, you spoke to grade levels. Is that rising grade levels?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's the number of students mentioned is what we, obviously the kindergarten number is a
projected number.
projection, but the rest of them would be rising numbers.
Correct.
Okay.
And understand numbers fluctuate daily.
Yes.
And so, and with projections, and again, I want to say again, these are as zoned numbers. So we have the ability to look at the students. Not necessarily every student that lives in a zone attends that school. But when we do rezoning and look for capacity and the ability to handle that, we have to account for all students.
I want to ask one other clarifying question because I know that it will be something that the principal at Marion Oaks will be thinking about. She has 10 specialized units on her campus. Will those 10 specialized units remain on her campus in this plan? For ESE units?
I'll go ahead and address that, Board Member James. We would have to look at that. That'll be something in consideration with the curriculum decisions that are made there. But I think the number includes what is existing.
The number includes what's existing as well as the projected.
Okay, I just want to advocate on her behalf that she shared vehemently with me that she loves having those specialized units on her campus, and it's important for her to have that representation there, so.
And it is important to have that unit in that part of the county as well, so.
Madam Chair, question. So I saw on there possibly using portables. How many portables at which sites would we need?
Potentially right now, to accommodate the current thing, it would be 4 portables at Marion Oaks.
Okay.
And to that question, I'm sure, Ms. Dobbins, we have those in inventory. I mean, obviously, there's cost to moving portables, but do we know from where those, thank you for overcoming for that question as I ask a follow-up question to that.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So we could look to existing portables, which are significantly aged. It will cost about $18,000 to move one portable. We also have the option of looking at leasing portables while we decide whether we're going to bring in a modular building or build a wing. And then, of course, we always have the option of purchasing portables as well. So we're still exploring all of those options and which one is fiscally responsible.
Madam Chair. Ms. Dobbins, what's the cost? What's those costs to lease? What's the cost to purchase?
We are working with a company, and we are expecting actually today to get that cost in, and once we receive that, we can pass that along.
Also, what's the availability of the timeline? Are you able to get those portables? Just because I know, and since COVID, there's really been a delay in getting a lot of the things that we need. Is it a timeline that will work with our redistricting?
That is part of the reason why this timeline is so important, not only for staffing reasons, but to allow us enough time to bring those portables in. We know we need portables in general with the growth, so we've been in the background working with a company on leasing and possibly purchasing. But to your question, our goal, the sooner we can make those decisions, the better.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may. Ms. Dobbins, while you're on the topic of the purchasing or leasing or moving, could you speak to the funding sources?
Yes, ma'am. So we currently still have remaining from the original impact fees, $4 million. There are 4 schools that, sales tax, I'm sorry. Thank you. Sales tax. Those funds can only be spent on 4 schools, and Marion Oaks is one of those schools, so is Liberty. So that is a funding source we can tap into for those potential needs on those sites.
Very good. Thank you.
I have a question specific to communication. Mr. Ayers, on slide 13, it does mention that all affected families will be notified via U.S. mail. While I understand that it's the slide just before that. Sorry, it's actually slide 12. It's 13 in my PowerPoint. So it's slide 12, notified via U.S. mail. Will there be additional communication?
Yes, ma'am. Email, because any email that we have, and our email usage has grown tremendously since COVID. That's one of the benefits of, you always look for a silver lining, that our email usage with parents has grown tremendously. So we have their email addresses that we have, as well as targeted phone calls.
Perfect. And obviously that is to zoned students, so.
Correct, that would be people, whether they're attending those schools or not, but if they're living in that zone, they're affected.
Right.
So all affected families.
So everyone that lives in that affected zone would certainly be receiving letter via U.S. mail, but perhaps if they don't have students currently enrolled, we might not have other communication methods available.
That is correct.
Okay, just as a clarifying.
Yeah, we'll have it on our website, to invite the people that live in that area to come.
Right.
As well.
Okay, thank you. Reverend Cummings.
And I guess maybe you were just answering what I was about to ask. Would we have some type of parent engagement, some type of meeting?
Yes, sir.
That would bring them all together?
We would have 2 meetings. We're waiting after today to actually schedule and publish those meetings that we would attend. We'd have them on 2 different days at 2 different sites to be able to allow parents to come to get more information and to provide input. An input form with all the mailers, a form will be mailed with them to provide input if they can't attend. Forms will be available at the meetings to provide input, and that's what the follow-up work session will cover, is the parent input going forward.
And this would be ready to go August 2023?
That's our goal, yes, sir. That's why the board meeting to vote will be on February 28th.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers.
Mr. Ayers, in looking at developing a positive school environment, has there been any discussion about, we have that pre-week of school before we go back, if these students that are changing schools having a private, so to speak, open house for them so they can learn?
All those ideas have been talked about, and obviously we have more than this is presented here. This is the basic form, but yes, ma'am. The committee that when we met, obviously the student was the driving force behind this, and so all items like that are developed. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I had one other question, and it may not be as relevant today, so you please share if it would be better answered another time. But as we looked at the demographics for these students, do we also look at their academic data? Do we know what kind of adjustments we're going to need to make and what kind of support we're going to need to provide?
Anytime we move students, we always look at their academic performance and the needs that they have, so that the receiving school is prepared, and we give the extra support if there needs to be extra support. That's why it's important that we get this plan up or down in February, so we can adjust staffing plans, we can look at staffing plans, we can look at projected needs, so that, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I had something else.
Dr. James.
Regarding the staffing plan, will the expectation be that the fifth grade teachers at Horizon will site will transfer to Sunrise? And in addition, the additional units that are secondary that would be required at Horizon site, will those then come from Liberty, or will those be units that principal at Horizon will be able to hire? What does that look like?
Any unit transferred is dictated by union contract, and so there's lots of facets for that. And so, but those discussions will be had early. And so I can't speak to say, yes, they'll have first chance, because again, a lot of things come into play with that. But that information will be out immediately once we get it up or down and get the staffing plans figured out.
Thank you.
So board, the way I see this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like we're going to be deciding two different factors. First of all, that we are relieving some of the pressure off of Liberty Middle School that currently is bursting at the seams, and so that's part of the solution. The other part is that we bring our Horizon Academy to a actual traditional middle school, as well as Sunrise to a traditional elementary school, as opposed to having fifth grade at Horizon instead of at the elementary level. So those are the two things that are encompassed in this proposal, and I believe staff today is looking for consensus that we're interested in at least moving forward with this proposal, so that you can send this out to the community to have further conversation. So then when we have another work session with all of that information and feedback from the community, then we can really give yay or nay moving forward. I
do have another question.
Okay?
So with this change with Horizon, because that means Horizon would be a traditional middle school, is there going to be a name change? There's a cost in all of that branding, rebranding of that school? Because it would no longer be that academy that we've had it set up.
That would be up to the board to make that decision. As it stands now with Horizon Academy at Marion Oaks, it's not designated as Horizon Academy 5-8 school. And so, but that would be up to the board to make a decision of if they wanted to rebrand, rename that. Dr. Gullett.
If I may, thank you for the question, Board Member Cummings. But to clarify, it wouldn't be required as per the MSID number.
Correct.
Or FISH or anything else.
It would not be required.
Okay.
Yes.
So if it's not required, then it could stay the same as Horizon Academy. I was asking because I seem like I remembered that we had to set it in compliance, but if you're saying that it doesn't.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And currently, many people in our community may not even be aware of the current makeup unless you live out in Marion Oaks and you're familiar with the way that situation is out there with these different schools. Most in our community, this may be news to them that we actually have a pre-K4 school and a 5-8 school currently. But the proposal as stands would change that. So, board, I think we're seeking consensus. What are your thoughts?
For me.
I agree.
Yep. Okay. Mr. Ayers, if you can go ahead and move forward with what slide 12 says here and with your plan as presented, and then we'll look forward to hearing more at next work session when you have it ready.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I believe we have board comment. Didn't we have?
Oh, is there public comment? Oh, we did have a public comment on this. I don't know that individual's still here. I'm sorry. Thank you for that.
Yes, we do. It's Bob Schmidt.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Schmidt. You have arrived again. Would you like to speak to this?
I'll waive my comments on this until I get more information.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Appreciate that, Dr. James. We had a little bit of a break and forgot that we had that one individual, but thank you, Mr. Schmidt. And obviously, we will have another work session. We'll have a public hearing as well on this topic. And Dr. Gullett, just to the point of Southwest rezoning, I know that this is just the start, as was discussed today, that there potentially will be additional options presented to the board in the future about how we might be able to relieve some pressure on those Southwest schools.
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gullett, continuing on with your agenda.
Certainly. Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm pleased to introduce you to a very patient, hardworking team, forgive me, led by Tanisha Morant, our Executive Director for Human Resources. And we're going to today provide you an update from our strategic plan on Goal 3, which is talent management at the core of what we do for students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Gullett. And good afternoon, Chair and school board members. As Dr. Gullett stated, I'm Tanisha Morant, the Executive Director of Human Resources, and I am joined today with Ms. Paige Zagnick, Supervisor of Employment Services Division, Ms. Nora Choquette, the Coordinator of Human Resources, and also Ms. Danielle Chauncey, the Program Specialist for Professional Leadership and Learning. And today we are very excited to share with all of you updates related to the Achieve 2026 Strategic Plan, Goal 3, which is talent management. Goal 3, talent management, is to ensure that all students have access to highly effective and diverse teachers, administrators, and support staff. Talent management is tasked with several essential objectives that strive to not only recruit and retain quality staff, but also to ensure that our learners benefit from effective and diverse team members. There are currently 8 outcome metrics being used to gauge and evaluate our movement in meeting this objective. Our metrics include data related to in-field certified teachers, retention rates, ESE self-contained staffing, and diversity. Our first outcome metric seeks to increase the percentage of in-field certified teachers in the classroom. Research shows that highly effective classroom teachers are one of the most influential components of ensuring student achievement and academic success. Our target, to be reached by 2026, is to increase the percentage from our current percentage of in-field certified classroom teachers, which is 93%, to 97%. We are happy to report that we did see an increase of in-field certified teachers from 92%, which was our baseline data in 2021, to 93% in 2022. In an effort to continue to increase in-field certifications, we are currently working on a Pathway to Certification program in partnership with the College of Central Florida and CareerSource. Another outcome metric that is to improve the retention rate of instructional personnel from 89%, which was our baseline data point in 2021, to 94% by 2026. While we did see a slight decline in retention rate in 2022, we are working on several initiatives in an effort to positively impact team members' onboarding experience as well as employee relations in order to positively impact retention rates. The talent management goal also tasks the human resources team with helping to reduce the number of ESC self-contained instructional positions that remain vacant at the 10-day count. Our 2026 target is 10%, and we are trending positively from our baseline data of 13% to 12% in 2022. Finally, we recognize the need to ensure learners have the opportunity to learn from and interact with a diverse workforce. As you review the data before you, it is important to note that the diversity gap measure was previously one data point inclusive of multiple measurements. However, subgroups were recently created among employee types and ethnic groups. This will allow the ability to more precisely monitor the progress and specifically target bridging diversity gaps. And as a point of celebration, we have surpassed the diversity gap disparity in relation to student population versus support staff population for the African American subgroup. We will continue to engage in opportunities that we have, such as working with the local NAACP, attending career fairs at historically Black colleges and universities, as well as attending community events such as the Hispanic Heritage Celebration in order to build brand knowledge and career opportunity pathways for diverse populations while monitoring diversity gaps. We are also currently working to expand our reach into the community by partnering with local churches to raise awareness of the career opportunities available with Marion County Public Schools. We consistently utilize these outcome metrics to drive our work as we implement practices related to each priority strategy. Our objectives and priority strategies are essential to not only talent management, but also student success. I'm excited to now welcome Ms. Choquette, our Coordinator of Human Resources, who will share updates related to recruitment and the great work that's being taken place.
Thank you, Ms. Morant, and good afternoon. Priority Strategy A tasks our team, along with professional leadership and learning, with the goal of strengthening recruitment of highly qualified teachers, administrators, and staff. Throughout the past year, and as we move ahead, we have centered our efforts around 3 key elements: recruiting opportunities, promoting Marion County and Marion County Public Schools, and grow our own. Over the last year, we have worked diligently to establish a strong recruitment team, develop partnerships, utilize social media to increase vacancy visibility, and empower our strongest asset, our own team members, with our Army of All approach. We also concluded summer planning with our Recruitment Summer Summit. The Recruitment Summer Summit was inclusive of representatives from all departments and levels, including custodial, transportation, food service, paraprofessionals, secretaries, instructional staff, assistant principals, and district leadership, including directors and program specialists from departments such as professional leadership and learning and curriculum and instruction, as well as area superintendents. Collectively, the entire Recruitment Summer Summit team worked strategically to prioritize initiatives, conduct a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis related to each key element, proactively plan for marketing, address diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and establish best practices and methodology for human resources support. The team also worked to brainstorm various pathways and pipeline opportunities as areas of core focus as we enter the 2022-2023 school year. Looking forward, some of our recent efforts include the rollout of our recruitment starter kits to each school, which has helped to bridge the line of communication between our schools, community, and our department. We have seen a significant increase in contact us form submissions, which provides our team with direct access to candidates seeking employment with Marion County Public Schools. Each candidate who submits a contact us form receives a personalized message customized to their career of interest, as well as step-by-step guide to apply and an overview of benefits offered with our full-time positions. Another recent initiative to bridge Marion County Public Schools with community stakeholders involves collaborative efforts between our department and Howard Academy. Ms. Morant recently met with Howard Academy to assess recruitment opportunities and review the Employment Opportunity Kiosk. We are excited to provide Howard Academy with a recruitment starter kit and look forward to building relationships with Howard Academy visitors. We are also excited to expand partnerships with local churches to maximize our reach into the talent pool of our local community. Additionally, we have attended multiple local and state career fairs. During the career fairs, we proactively interact with candidates, provide detailed career opportunity information, and collect resumes and contact information, which allows us to make connections upon the conclusion of each career fair. We have also created Indeed accounts for each school, and we are happy to report multiple principals have successfully hired numerous candidates via Indeed since the rollout of the accounts. Finally, we are currently conducting Human Resources Fall School Visits, which will continue to establish areas for growth and opportunity, as well as provide support to our administrators. Promoting Marion County and Marion County Public Schools implores the talent development team to work proactively to innovatively promote Marion County and Marion County Public Schools in order to attract and hire quality, diverse candidates to positively impact learner success. Partnerships are critical to the success of this key element. Over the last year, we have worked to develop and foster partnerships within the community, including CareerSource, the CEP, the College of Central Florida, the NAACP, and many others. We have explored and implemented strategic social media opportunities by posting and sharing our weekly career spotlights, as well as other community efforts, such as appearances on TV 20, the Weekly Buzz, and local billboards. Additionally, we held our annual at-large career fair at the World Equestrian Center. This event showcased Marion County as a desirable place to live and work, while connecting our school and department leaders with potential staff. 317 candidates attended the World Equestrian Center Career Fair, with 119 new team members being hired on the spot. We also hosted a hometown hiring career fair over the summer. The theme of the fair centered around the premise of whether Marion County is already your hometown or you're looking to make it your hometown, come join our team. Over 300 candidates attended the hometown hiring career fair event, which utilized satellite locations at Marion Oaks Elementary, Fort King Middle, and Bellevue High School, with 112 new team members being hired on the spot. Moving forward, we are looking forward to updating our website with valuable resources for employees and candidates. For example, we hope to create and develop informative videos that showcase the why behind joining Marion County Public Schools, helpful hints for successfully completing an application, how to get noticed, and how to ace your interview. We believe these resources will help to guide candidates and create a successful pathway to move from interested to hired. We will also begin planning our 2023 career fair and look forward to another successful hiring season. Last but certainly not least, the Grow Our Own key element focuses on the consistent evaluation of pipelines and pathways to recruit and retain quality team members. We are excited to have embarked on several pipelines and pathways, such as our intern meet and greet and our intern conditional contract signing event, as well as the relationships we've begun to build with our future educator academies. Additionally, we are pleased to announce our new aspiring educators pipeline. This includes a paid internship for current Marion County Public Schools team members. The intern meet and greet laid the foundation to convert Marion County Public School interns to full-time teachers. In partnering with Professional Leadership and Learning, our teams worked collaboratively to invite various stakeholders, such as risk and benefits, area superintendents, and our chief academic officer, to meet and interact with interns from various universities as they took part in their final internship, with the hopes that each of them would join our team upon graduation. We continued to support and build relationships as each candidate progressed through their final internship, which all led up to our intern signing event in April. We successfully signed 17 new team members who were accompanied by their signing principal as well as their families to participate in the event and celebrate their success. Dr. Gullett, Ms. Talbert Irving, area superintendents, Ms. Biddick, Ms. Gassman, and other district leaders were in attendance to celebrate their success and welcome them to the team. As we continue to develop pathways and partnerships, we believe we will see even greater success going forward. We have also had the opportunity to meet with our Marion County Public Schools Future Educator Academies last year to develop our understanding of their goals and their perception of rejoining the Marion County Public Schools team upon graduation. We have gathered helpful feedback and data that will continue to guide our efforts as we work to expand our reach into the Future Educator Academy programs. We also had the pleasure of announcing our new aspiring educator pipeline, inclusive of a paid internship, earlier this year. To date, we have approved 7 team members for the new paid internship program. On the horizon are several exciting initiatives. Many of our instructional staff on temporary 3-year certificates struggle to complete the required coursework and pass state exams. In order to provide additional resources for support to these team members, to convert their temporary certificate to a permanent certificate, we are working towards a partnership between Marion County Public Schools, CareerSource, and the College of Central Florida that would allow current instructional staff on a temporary certificate to complete various requirements at the College of Central Florida with little to no cost to our team members. The partnership would provide current instructional staff on a temporary certificate the opportunity to complete required coursework at the College of Central Florida in a Summer A, Summer B schedule, with the cost of the classes and books being covered by CareerSource. We are also working to reestablish test preparation courses in partnership with the College of Central Florida. Test preparation courses would be offered at low cost to current employees and would help to increase the likelihood that our team members will successfully pass their state exams. Should both of these endeavors come to fruition, our current instructional staff holding a temporary certificate would have a much clearer and achievable pathway to success as they work to convert their temporary certificate to a permanent certificate. These efforts would undoubtedly impact recruitment and retention. Finally, we recognize the need and the desire to create a more cohesive onboarding experience as our new team members navigate their first year. Currently in the works, we have begun foundational planning to offer quarterly orientation sessions, which would provide new team members the opportunity to meet district leadership, receive information through various a la carte rotations, such as information related to risk and benefits, certification, professional learning, curriculum resources, and other valuable information and resources that impact each team member's onboarding experience. The information gained in our new team member survey will help to guide these efforts. We look forward to working with leadership and departments to establish a quality orientation process and hope to conduct our inaugural session during the teacher workday following spring break. I'd now like to welcome Ms. Chauncey from Professional Leadership and Learning, who is excited to update you on the accomplishments related to the recruitment and retention of quality leadership team members.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Ms. Choquette. I am here on behalf of Ms. Biddick today to share about our Priority Strategy B, which tasks Marion County Public Schools with implementing innovative professional learning opportunities to reinforce a focus on retaining a positive and effective workforce. Marion County Public Schools is working to both grow their own and recruit high-quality school leaders to work as site-based administrators. The target selection process works to screen applicants for both the principal and assistant principal pools through a multi-step research-based screening process that allows for a strong level of objectivity to ensure the process is reliable and free from bias. Each of the pipeline professional learning series displayed here are currently underway and are serving educators in both instructional and leadership roles. There are currently 34 administrators completing their Level 2 certification to obtain principal certification on their Florida Educator Certificate. 54 aspiring coaches and 16 aspiring administrators are taking part in a year-long series aligned to their desired leadership role. All new and veteran principals and assistant principals are engaging in monthly professional learning tailored to their specific needs of schools based on data trends. Administrators are offered additional professional learning topics to support their continued quest for understanding. Additionally, instructional employees who graduated from the Aspiring Administrators Academy and or are currently in the administrative pool have been invited to participate in continued growth series to support their learning and leadership journey. The high-level research-based learning supports the use of high-effective strategies in both support of teachers and students. Marion County Public Schools has worked to develop a comprehensive pipeline for strong leadership and learning. Using the work of the Wallace Foundation, Marion County Public Schools has expanded the model of a principal pipeline to include pre-service teachers, which Ms. Choquette was even sharing about today, all the way through veteran teachers and then on to the school-based leadership roles. The pipeline and the visuals you see here have been created to help employees navigate their desired professional trajectory. Each step on the pipeline encompasses an identified level of professional learning specifically designed to support and enhance the employee's knowledge to help them leverage the skills needed to continue advancing in their career. By implementing a pipeline dedicated to strong leadership and learning, and by continuing to provide growth and opportunities for our instructional and administrative staff, we are aligning research and data to the specific needs of each employee. We believe that continued professional advancement will positively impact student success. At this time, I would like to welcome Mrs. Paige Zadnick, Supervisor of the Employment Services Division, to share updates related to Priority Strategy C.
Thank you, Ms. Chauncey. Good afternoon. Priority Strategy C focuses on efforts to reduce staff absences and the subsequent impact on schools and students. Providing a stable and consistent learning environment is integral to the academic, emotional, and social growth of students. We know that staff attendance is a key factor of educational continuity. Understanding the barriers our staff experience as well as motivational factors are key steps in meeting the needs of our teachers and school staff. During the first year of implementation, the Human Resources Department reached out to employees to ask about the barriers to regular attendance they were experiencing, as well as incentives they would find motivating for regular staff attendance. Additionally, the Hanover survey administered by the district to all teachers provided insight into the perspectives and experiences of our teachers. This stakeholder feedback will be utilized to work collaboratively with area superintendents and school leadership to proactively plan for the support of our staff and students. There are certainly times when a teacher must be absent from the classroom. It is at those times when procedures and systems at the ready will support the way of the work and learning on the campus. Proactively reviewing and establishing best practices to cross-train employees to maximize classroom support in the event of a teacher absence will support continuous student learning. Additionally, we are focused on supporting our substitute teachers to ensure the continuity of high-quality instruction when a teacher must be absent from the classroom. We surveyed substitute teachers in the first year of implementation to better understand what barriers they are experiencing, as well as the training and motivational interests they may have. We will utilize this feedback as we explore ways to support our substitute teachers in their daily or continuous positions. We are looking forward to utilizing stakeholder feedback as we work with area superintendents and district leadership to support high staff attendance rates and best practices throughout the district in support of student success every day. Our final priority strategy tasks the Human Resources team with building stronger practices for human capital management. In support of Priority Strategy D, the Employment Services Division has reviewed processes within the department related to the new hire process, seeking to identify areas for streamlining the hiring process and timeline. A key change impacting the new hire process includes scheduling the new hire session and sending the new hire Canvas course at the same time. This allows the candidate to begin work right away on the new hire course while the other new hire processes are completed. Additionally, the Employment Services staff can answer questions and provide in-person support during the new hire session. This process in practice for the last 2.5 months has had a positive impact on the time it takes for a candidate to be approved to begin work. While there are circumstances that will at times lengthen the timeline, such as certification, transcripts, required documents, or scheduling the new hire session to best meet the need of the applicant, the average length for the new hire process has shortened from approximately 16 to 10 days, which is approximately a 40% decrease. This is a marked improvement for the benefit of our district. We look forward to maintaining this new hire timeline for our candidates and their respective schools and departments. Additionally, we have established a space in the Employment Services Division with computers for our staff to work with and support applicants and candidates throughout the new hire process. This lab space allows the department staff to provide one-on-one support while sitting down with an applicant to review the MCPS website, navigate the Skyward application, or complete the Canvas new hire course. This level of support will help to reduce the delays some applicants may experience as they complete the components of the new hire process. The lab space in the Employment Services Division is also being utilized for a pilot program focused on supporting a target group of applicants in completing the new hire Canvas course, if they have not already done so by the date of their official clearance to begin work. If an instructional paraprofessional, ESOL paraprofessional, or classroom substitute is cleared to start in their position, but is still pending the completion of Canvas coursework, they will be scheduled to complete their coursework on their first day at the Employment Services Division. Once the course is complete, the employee will immediately begin their work in their new position at their school site. When needed, this newly implemented pilot process will expedite an applicant's start date and subsequent support of students in the classroom. We've also implemented an additional pilot program that is focusing as well on supporting candidates cleared to begin work who have not completed the Canvas new hire course. New hires in both instructional and non-instructional positions at 2 selected schools will complete their new hire course at the school site on their first day of work if needed. Following completion of the course, the newly hired employee will immediately begin work in support of students on their site. In addition to reviewing the insight these new hire course pilots will provide, we are reviewing the content of the new hire course to determine if the new hire course modules can be reduced to focus specifically on the information needed during the pre-employment process. This has the potential to reduce the time our new hires are spending on training and allow them to focus on information that is crucial immediately upon being newly hired. An important step for a newly hired employee is to obtain an official Marion County Public Schools identification badge. Currently, a newly hired employee is asked to return to the Employment Services Division within 3 to 5 business days to have a photo taken and receive their MCPS identification badge. This time frame is due to the processing needed for the candidate to be approved to begin in their position and for the information to be updated in the system in order to print the badge. Returning to the Employment Services Division is often difficult for our new employees who are then fully engaged in their new role. The location and hours of the Employment Services Division may not be convenient for a return visit. We are pleased to share that at the start of the second semester, all recommended candidates who will have their photo taken the day of their new hire session. Once the candidate is approved to start in their position, the Employment Services Division staff will print each new employee's identification badge and have it delivered to the site secretary to then give to the employee. This process will ensure each newly hired employee has an official badge without having to leave their site and the important work they are doing in support of students. Acquiring feedback from stakeholders is a key focus for improving the new hire experience. We continue to collect, analyze, and identify actionable items from a survey offered to candidates in the new hire process, as well as a survey sent to candidates who choose to withdraw their acceptance of a position during the new hire process. Feedback from stakeholders in these key phases of hiring will help us better understand how to support our applicants. Additionally, feedback from the human resources visits with the site administrators provides valuable feedback to support our stakeholders. The Employment Services Division is continually evaluating and seeking to improve procedures for a customer-focused approach of best practices. For example, the employment history check form has been reviewed and updated to require a focused number of attempts on the most recent employers within the last 5 years, as well as continued outreach to all previous employers. This continues to provide important information for hiring authorities while increasing the efficiency of the process. An email address for previous employees to send requests for employment verification has been established to allow for easy submission of requests, as well as streamlined and ongoing processing by our staff. Training for new school or district secretaries is now facilitated at the Employment Services Division office, allowing all our staff members to train based on their area of focus. This provides a cohesive, efficient, and thorough training to ensure our secretaries have the information they need to carry out their responsibilities relating to the hiring process, as well as procedures for current employees who are transferring, requesting leave, or being reappointed for the next school year. Additionally, we are engaging in collaborative work within the department to enhance the information on the Marion County Public Schools website to provide thorough information in support of those interested in joining our team. As we look ahead, we are excited to continue our own ongoing work to support candidates throughout the new hire process, as well as our current employees and stakeholders. We are grateful for the opportunity to support our district and the students at the heart of all that we do. At this time, please welcome back to the podium, Ms. Choquette.
As we worked diligently to build stronger practices for human capital management over the last year, we began our work by creating a human resources scorecard, inclusive of each strategy and key activity related to talent management. Throughout the year, we routinely monitored our progress based on a rubric and strategized methods to ensure each key activity was completed. We have updated our scorecard for this year and look forward to continuing the work. We have also used feedback from our Human Resources Survey to guide action plans and meet the needs of the Marion County Public Schools team. Job descriptions, instructional and administrative summative evaluations, and the recently released Human Resources Manual have also been a primary focus as we work to strengthen our practices. Looking ahead, we are excited to have rolled out our new team member survey, which surveys our new team members at the end of their first, third, and sixth month, as well as the end of their first year. We believe recruitment doesn't end once you have been onboarded, but rather is an ongoing initiative to ensure each team member receives the support and resources required for success. This feedback will help to identify trends and guide efforts related to the rollout of new team member orientation offerings mentioned earlier. We will continue to review feedback, work to bridge the gaps, and build on success in order to ensure every student succeeds. I'd now like to welcome Ms. Marion back to the podium.
Our work is strategically focused around each of our priority strategies aligned to Goal 3. Priority Strategy A, strengthening recruitment, has seen a great deal of success over the last year, and we believe our efforts will continue to grow our targeted recruitment initiatives. Human Resources and the Professional Leadership and Learning team, working together to accomplish Priority Strategy B, have developed a collaborative partnership to share in the work of training and retaining our team members. We also look forward to the continued partnership with our area superintendents and academic services team in accomplishing efforts towards Priority Strategy C, reducing school staff absences and their impact on student achievement. And finally, we will continue to build stronger practices for human capital management through targeted efforts to ensure all team members have a successful onboarding experience and continue to receive support throughout their time with Marion County Public Schools. As outlined in Priority Strategy D, much work has been done and there is still much to do. We continue to ground our work and our efforts in the belief that recruiting and retaining the right people in the right positions, providing support and growing the capacities of all employees will help ensure that every student succeeds. Thank you, Dr. Gullett and board, for your time today and the opportunity to share our Goal 3 updates.
Thank you, Ms. Morant. Thank you, team. I just want to have a couple comments. I hope, board, that you see the commitment of our team and the passion with which this is presented in collaboration with all of our employees, because it takes everyone to ensure that we have a strong team in all of our schools and departments for the betterment of our students. It's always about the students. I do want to also point out Priority Strategy B. There's been much work done in our creation of our pipeline and pathways, a lot more to come. But one thing I do want to underscore that we didn't spend a lot of time on today is it's not just about progression into different career roles, but I am hugely passionate about teachers as leaders in their role in the classroom. Always have been. Teachers are leaders, and that we will further develop ways to support them in leadership roles where they are, because that is by itself its own career path. And so I just want to underscore that as well. And we look forward to your feedback and comments. Thank you.
Dr. Gullett, just before I open it up to the board, that's exactly was going to be my first question on slide 19. I was going to ask the teacher to master teacher model, because we see instructional coach, program specialist, principal, but we did not see teacher to master teacher, or whatever we're going to call that. And so thank you for touching on that.
And if I may, thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I wanted to highlight that, in addition to my passion for that work, but it's because we had such a critical need to start to create some pathways, because we didn't have a bench and a pipeline, and for many years there was no training. So we've had to build that to ensure that we had that rolling forward with our level 1 and level 2 certifications. But I can assure you it's a priority.
Thank you. Board. Questions, comments?
I do. I real quick want to say thank you. I was in the audience when this first presentation, I'm usually the one that can't hear, so I'm not used to that. I want to say thank you. As I'm visiting with principals, they are saying the hiring process is going quicker and things are running smoothly. And I know when you were here recently, there was a lot of questions that were asked on how we can move this process along and make it more efficient. So thank you to you and your team for the work that you've been doing these last couple of months. It is making a difference in our schools. Thank you so much.
Other comments? Dr. James.
I would agree with those sentiments. The data you all have shared today speaks to the work you've done in the last semester to improve our hiring process. And I want to highlight the excellence that you've brought to our district in just the brief time you've been here to improve our processes, as well as the work your entire department has been doing. I want to speak to concern. I just received messages last night regarding the retention that we are struggling with within Marion County Public Schools. And I wanted to ask, I checked the job board while we were sharing, and We have 63 non-instructional, whether that's transportation, custodial, paraprofessional, non-instructional jobs posted currently, 120 instructional, and 6 principal, assistant principal, or director positions. And that's what's posted. There are jobs that we have unfilled that are not posted for whatever reason that I'm aware of. So I, as well as the rest of the district, get automated emails when a job of administrative status is posted. And there is concern within our community regarding the amount of individuals who are choosing to step down from their positions to do something else, whether that's something else within our district or something else outside of our district. And I want to just draw attention to that. And I know it is not something that isn't not getting attention, but I want to just, as a board member, share how concerned I am for the leaders leaving, because the pipelines we have here on slide 19 showing are wonderful, but it takes time to perfect a craft to be an effective leader. And I worry that our pipeline is not very deep currently. It doesn't mean it will be that way forever, but when I see some of our leaders who are choosing to step down that are more senior and have many years of experience, to fill their shoes is a big job. And I just want to go on record and say that I do draw concern with our retention, and I look forward to conversation around what we can do to improve our retention efforts district-wide, not just in leadership, but in our instructional capacities and non-instructional capacities. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a concern that I also had. I didn't know if it was the appropriate time to share. Do we have any kind of survey that as when we lose people, we get information on why they are leaving or what we could better do to serve them in the position that they chose to do?
So right now, there is an exit interview, and it's actually a form that staff are able to complete, but it's a check mark box. So basically, it says, why are you leaving, new job, unhappy, they check those boxes, and then it asks if you're going to another district, somewhere else, but it does not, as it stands, give room for actual feedback and that open, unquantified feedback that we would really need. And so we are working to revise and improve that, because that is something that we recognize was not capturing what we really needed to capture when you think of an exit interview. So we are actively revising not only that form, but even that process, because the way it stands now, they would then hand that form back to, the potential supervisor or the secretary. So we are looking at processes and updating the form, to ensure we are capturing good data so we can move accordingly.
Is that data that can be provided to the board?
Yes, ma'am, I can put that.
Thank you.
Is there a certain time frame or?
No, just in general.
Do you want, and I want to be clear on the request, do you want to get information from previous exit interviews that have been done, like some of those reasons, like this semester?
But I'm really interested in as you
evolve the form?
Yes.
Okay,
Evolve
I got you, yes.
situation, and so we can get specific information on how we can help better retain our staff members.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board Member James, thank you for bringing that forward. I too share the same concerns. We've heard about the Great Resignation, and we talk about mental health and wellness from the pandemic and what we've seen so far. I'm not going to quantify it today, but the data is really starting to shift with these positions. We talk about recruitment, but retention's a factor. I can tell you in just the recent conversations we had as superintendents when we gathered in Tampa, this was the number one concern, in addition to the legislative pieces that we've talked about, not just the recruitment and getting our folks in our positions, but those who are leaving for various reasons. This is something we're seeing at scale, greatly concerning for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of different variable reasons, but I certainly think that what we're all seeing is the shift after this pandemic people are making very different decisions. And so what matters here is what happens in Marion County. We need to try to be as flexible as we can and talk to those and work with them. But certainly the challenges are very real. So I appreciate the questions and the comments.
Chair, and thank you, Dr. Gullett, for addressing that, because I too am very concerned about the mass exodus or the mass resignation of people that I keep hearing are leaving. And Ms. Morant, thank you guys for looking at revising that exit interview to include it being more than just a check the box. Because oftentimes because I often talk to people that have left, and I'm like, hey, did you guys do an exit interview? And they were like, well, I kind of checked the box on certain things. And oftentimes what I'm hearing is not necessarily what they may have said they left for. Because let's face it, if they leave here, they're going somewhere else, possibly. And they're not going to put anything, some people are not going to just be completely honest about their experience here because they know that it's going to transfer with them or go with them in a reference. So I'm looking forward to the new instrument that you guys are creating. But I also would suggest that even in the creation of that new instrument of an exit interview, that you would include the MEA and the representative from the collective bargaining units in that, because it's not just teachers that we're losing staff from all areas of our district. And I think we need to kind of know what's the underlying problems. If it's atmosphere, if it's too cold in the building, hey, we need to know those things, whatever it is, to address that. There was also in the presentation I saw back on, I think, slide 3 or 4. I was looking at the disparity in the gap between minorities in hiring. I know just the other night we approved a new job description for a talent coordinator, director?
Talent management director, or director of talent management.
Director, right. So with that, and specifically when I look at the minority, the gap between minorities, have we talked about putting under that person a minority recruiter? The reason I ask that, because I've asked it before several years ago. We know that we came from, at one point, this district was under DSEG order, a federal DSEG order. And when I keep looking at these numbers, they're not really moving. And I think that, I know specifically for like 2 years, we've missed a boat on recruiting at HBCUs specifically. And then we keep saying this number isn't moving. Well, if we aren't recruiting at the place where we can get those type of individuals, then we can't expect that number to move. So have we looked at having a minority recruiter?
I don't know that we've looked at that specifically, but I will say that there is room to hire someone that could possibly be in that capacity. We do have a vacant position in our talent management position that we are waiting to fill until we do have a new talent management director on board. I'm always very hesitant to just, give quick reaction or quick responses without being able to actually sit down with the players at play. And I will share, I agree with your sentiments about, just recruiting in general. If we want to target, and I don't want to say target certain groups because we always want the best people in the position, but if we are not presenting ourselves, and I shared this with Dr. Gullett in my interview, if we're not presenting ourselves or opening ourselves up to be a welcoming and diverse community or organization, diverse candidates will not apply. So we cannot put diverse candidates in positions if they don't apply. So we are being very intentional about that. Ms. Choquette and Mr. Martin, they did attend an HBCU fair, and that was successful. And we want to do more of that. So we are being very intentional with our efforts to have the diverse population of applicants while still ensuring that we put the best person in place. So I definitely recognize, and we definitely are continuing to do work with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have Vice Chair?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Morant and your team. It's crystal clear what you are doing to innovate and accelerate and improve across all areas after several years of just trying to survive the pandemic. And there are areas that I wish we had more in common with the private sector. But one area that we do have in common is that we are very much competing for employees across the board. And another part of our perfect storm from my observation is that we have a lot of long-term employees that are getting to the point in time where they are able to retire. And with the stressors over the last few years, some of them have accelerated that decision because they can. Some of us, myself included, I went from a direct support position with students to the Marion County School Board. I think we have another one sitting up here that did exactly the same thing. So people are moving around. People are reassessing what they want out of life and what they want to do with their lives. So we see this across the nation, and in our local area, we also have factors that are very localized that I just described. So it is tremendously challenging. Something that I keep hearing and that I know that we're working on, and I hope we can accelerate that, is we need to have frank conversation with our unions about removing any barriers to innovative employment practices, such as job sharing, such as remote working. There are many positions within our school system that would lend themselves to remote working even one day a week. This is what I'm hearing from people that are moving to the private sector. They're like, I just have a whole lot more job flexibility, and that enables me to have a better quality of life overall and be there for my family and my kids, which isn't that what we all want? It hasn't been working very well for TikTok and Instagram to be raising our children. So whatever we can do as an organization to facilitate that work-life balance is going to be a tremendous win for us, and it's going to acknowledge the competition that the private sector is giving us. So as we move into these negotiations with our unions, let's please have those frank conversations, at least coming from this board member. Everything that I'm hearing, I'm so excited about. You guys certainly have not been idle. And just some more specific things that I heard about, professionalizing the practices, about accelerating the timeline, about removing barriers, because there are plenty of people that are living paycheck to paycheck, and it is expensive for them to move into a new career and get the fingerprinting and run here and run there. And again, we've had conversations about this, Dr. Gullett and I, what can be done in the systems world to, you can buy a house online now. Do we really need wet signatures for all the things that we always just sort of took for granted because that's the way we always did it? So what I heard today is that there's no detail that is too small in employment services world. You're looking at all of them. You're looking at the death by 1,000 cuts that we've been experiencing for way too long, and you're fixing them while also working on the big stuff. So I salute you. Thank you.
And I would like to take just a quick moment of personal privilege. That's what we call it in church. And I appreciate all of the great comments that y'all sharing, but I will be remiss, and I will just feel bad in my heart to be able to just take all of that in. It is the team. It really, truly is. And it's not only the team that's here today, but team members that you all will probably never see unless you happen to work with them one-on-one during your onboarding process. So they have made it very easy for me. A lot of these ideas were here, some I brought, but either way, it's a team effort. I was able to be a coach coming into an already award-winning team. So I just want to share that it's not me. It definitely is we and us, and in all ways that we can describe that.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, once again, thank you. Madam Chair, Vice Chair Thrower, I feel compelled to say this publicly once again, and I'm bored we've had this discussion. I'm going to say this from my seat as a superintendent. Not only do I give permission to the team, and not just the team standing before you, but our team of employees to innovate and to think outside the box? I urge everyone to do that. If we want better, we have to think differently. And so I just need to say that again, because I think people need to hear that repeatedly, that come up with the ideas. They have the ideas. No, I don't have them. They're out there. We have a phenomenal team, and the ideas are rich, and they're there. So permission and a little nudging to bring the ideas forward so that we can innovate and think differently. That's how we continue to get better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. I have some comments, and then I do have one question. I want to echo the thoughts that have come forth, and especially most recently to Ms. Choquette, Ms. Chauncey, Ms. Zadnick, and especially to Ms. Morant for sharing with us today. I feel that this is a little bit different presentation than we saw a few weeks ago when Ms. Morant was in the audience, and we didn't have any idea who she was yet before she actually was here. And while I appreciate your saying that it truly is a team effort and the innovative ideas are coming from the team, it takes a leader to ensure that they feel the power to share those and make that happen. And so I'm personally grateful for you, Ms. Morant, and the experience that you have, the dedicated experience you have to human resources as a practice, and that is your specialty. And so there are subject matter experts, and you are one in this area. And so I'm just very grateful for the role that you are serving in our district and the steps we've already made in the right direction and the continued movement in that direction, because I know we're leaps and bounds from where we've been and leaps and bounds away from where we're going to be. So I'm super excited. To the team, thank you for already reducing the timeline from 16 to 10 days. That's a huge improvement in a really short period of time. So thank you so much for that. I'm also excited to hear that the exit interview process or the exit interview, the way you're going to conduct those will soon become qualitative. I understand quantitative data is important in that, but similarly to the way we as a district have recently sought community input, we have put out for a Safe Schools and now for our instructional calendar. Both of those have been open-ended questions. Not leading, not posing a position, but an open-ended question that then promotes information. And the word interview in and of itself says that you're going to be able to give feedback. And when it's simply just a quantitative yes, no, maybe, Likert scale, whatever, I can see how that hasn't been as fulfilling in the information gathering as potentially we even thought that it was. So I've never done an exit interview. So, with the school district. So just the word interview in and of itself to me said that there's actually another person on the other line, whether it's a phone call, a face-to-face, some kind of conversation is happening as opposed to just here's a form and turn it in potentially to the person you've just resigned from. So I'm grateful. I am actually interested in seeing how and when that new process is implemented. So thank you for that. The other thing, speaking to the recruiter, I believe there is certainly room, and as we go through talent management and have the new person in place, there is certain opportunities for recruitment in general across the board. Where you recruit, then, is what potentially can dictate not only some of our diversity gaps being closed, but also our ESE self-contained. Go to those universities where those programs are specialized. I have a student right now in mind that's in a school, and he keeps hopping around. He's a student athlete, and he keeps hopping around. And as soon as he finishes, I keep saying, come back to Florida. I want to hire you because I know you want to be a special ed teacher. And so I'm like, please come back. I mean, if he'll ever stop playing college basketball, but like that COVID year and anyway, they keep getting to play longer. But regardless, I think that the recruiter in general is what we need, not necessarily this is an opinion, obviously, not necessarily a specialized recruiter for one target or another, but to say, come in and be a recruiter. Here are all the things and here are all the places where you might be able to find the people that we need to fill in these spaces. So those are my thoughts on recruitment. The last thing I'll mention actually is a question. So I am very grateful to hear that we are pursuing a potential for a quarterly, it sounded like in-person onboarding or in-person orientation. I know you heard a lot of feedback from me in the last time we talked about that, so I'm just going to leave that there. But an in-person onboarding, in-person orientation. My question, though, then is, how do we anticipate, and without getting too much into the weeds, how do we anticipate implementing it quarterly? Because I just heard also from the team that the new badge is now being sent to them because we know they're going to be, I wrote it down, fully engaged in their new roles. So how will we then potentially pull people back into an orientation and or quarterly onboarding after they've already been working maybe for a month or two? How do we envision that?
So what we've looked at, we did a survey to survey those new hires to see what time of day, week would be, that they would receive the best, whether that would be on a teacher work day, on a Saturday, on the evening. And so overwhelmingly, that feedback was to do it on a teacher work day when they're already here. So we're moving forward. We spoke with the area superintendents, the leadership team, to ensure they didn't see, any pushback there. So that is the plan right now, to do it at the latter part of the day, because they are able, for instructional staff, have up to 2 hours. That's our time, although it is going to be optional for them, we're going to strongly encourage it. So we want to make it as accessible for them as possible. And some things that we've just been talking through is possibly doing one on a teacher work day, one on a Saturday, one on a Friday, while we would target it to those employees who joined that last quarter. It would certainly be open to anyone because of the information. And thinking about having them come back, and Ms. Choquette is really big with pushing this, but one thing I gave feedback on is when I first started, I didn't know what I didn't know. So being able to go to your site and you have those questions, and then you can, have more informed conversations with the different areas or subject matter areas who will be featured during the orientation, and you would have seen some of that. So like, oh, that makes sense, seeing it there and being able to actually retain that information. So that's our thought process and plan thus far.
Great. Thank you for the thoughtful work on that, because certainly it will need to be a day that the employee is already being paid, or that we are ensuring, that they are paid on that day if it is a Saturday or whatever that looks like. So those were kind of the thoughts that I was having about that. I know we did talk a bit about the bargaining units and ensuring that they have some role in this exit interview kind of conversation, but I also don't want us to forsake the non-represented folks. The administrators, I know we had a bit of a conversation about, the retention rate of some of those, and some of those that we are seeing right now that are leaving the district or leaving their position for whatever reason are actually in those non-represented classes. Some, not all, but some. And so while I certainly want to ensure we are talking to those bargaining units, let's not forsake those that are not represented and figure out a way that we can also get feedback from them. But thank you so much, team, board. Okay, Dr. James first. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo some of the sentiments that Reverend Cummings shared. I am of the opinion that we need a specified recruiter. I've been an administrator sitting at a big conference room table, speaking with a parent and a student who are somewhat of a minority class, and every single person at that table, including myself, is Caucasian. And I can only begin to imagine how that feels, because I have never been on the reverse of that myself. But I can only imagine that there is a level of uncomfortability with that. We have many schools that have 0 people of color in their leadership teams, 0 people of color in guidance counselors, deans, assistant principals, or principals. So when a parent goes in for a meeting about their child, good or bad, at those particular schools, there is not a single person of color that looks like them in representation at that table. And I do want to see this school board advocate and our departments advocate to do a better job of having representation, at minimum, to reflect the percentage of students who are students on that campus. If we have a high school with 15% African American students, I want to see 15% of the teachers and the leadership also share that same class. That is important to me, to ensure that we are providing that representation as best as we possibly can. So I just wanted to echo that sentiment.
Ms. Marion, I know you've been standing a long time, so I'm going to make this quick, but I had 3 things that came up in your presentation that were very positive, and I just wanted to make sure everybody heard them. There's a lot of church participation going on in our schools, and until I visited and had one-on-one conversations with principals, I wasn't aware that those things were happening. So I just want to give a shout out to our local churches who are doing a lot to help retain the teachers and the staff members that we have. They're providing breakfast, activities for the Teacher Appreciation Week, and the principals were just really thankful. And so that is another outlet or avenue that we're using to get some positivity back into our schools. And so thank you for that. The paid internship and the test preparation course, I hear a lot of concern from administrators, so thank you for your work in those 2 areas also.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I want to thank Dr. James for that last statement that she made. She said something that oftentimes I don't say because I don't want to make it seem like it's a black-white issue. When it's not, it's an issue. It's just an issue. Because oftentimes when you look around the district, you can see a school that has, as she's just stated, the whole team looks one way. The administrative team, the top level team looks a certain way, and we have no problem with that in certain schools, but I've never seen a whole school look the other way. I've never seen that in Marion County, yet we think it's fine for it to be that way at certain schools. So it's important as parents go to the schools that they see people. It's important for the students to see people. It's important, and I've shared that with Dr. Gullett, and I know she's working on it. And but I think that the only way we're going to start closing that gap is really to. I know, Madam Chair, you said it's just having a recruiter, but I think sometimes we have to do some specific targeted recruiting if we're going to close those gaps. And I think once we start seeing that, I had a student, and their name was mentioned earlier today by another board member that was at a high school, and when that high school finally got a black assistant principal, they didn't know that they existed. That student had never seen a black assistant principal in their entire academic career. And that was, it was almost like a culture shock to that person. And those are things that we have to address. And that's not you, Ms. Morant, but your department has to help in that recruiting process. And that's something that our superintendent, I'm sure, is working on. So thank you, Dr. James, for addressing that. I appreciate it.
And thank you, Reverend Cummings and Dr. James, for those thoughts for certain. When I look at this chart, the area that it looks as if while we have improvement in several different areas, the area that I see that we need the most improvement is in our Hispanic. And Latin American heritage individuals, including bilingual. And that's not on this as saying that we need more bilingual folks, but that certainly could help a significant number of our students and families.
Right.
I had the opportunity last year of sitting with a group of high school students, and I'll say there were 20 in the room, and of the 20, I think it was 3 did not come from like a bilingual household. It was staggering to me, honestly. I was shocked, but the numbers were great. And it wasn't all just from Spanish-speaking households. I mean, there were a couple that had French Creole, and but of the 20 students, there were only a handful that didn't have at least one other language spoken at some point in their households. And so we need to definitely work even harder on closing that gap. Sometimes those of Hispanic heritage or Latin American heritage may not have a different skin tone also. And so that may look differently, than some of these other areas where we need to continue to improve. But thank you, board, for your comments today. Thank you to the team. Is there any public comment specific to this that potentially the team or Ms. Morant might be able to address?
There is one public comment, Bob Schmidt.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Schmidt.
Board members, first of all, it sounds like you've had a very successful hiring event for the last 6 months. But I recall having this conversation this time last year, and there were about 150 teachers, short about 150 teachers. Am I correct about that? Sounds like we're about short 120 now. So it sounds like they've made some progress on that number, given this time last year. But one of the things that did come up during the conversation, during the briefs, was barriers to regular attendance of staff. That kind of got me. I was like, how is it that we have barriers to regular attendance? Just a question, okay? I don't expect an answer, but it's something you should think about, because that's disconcerting. There are a couple of other things that didn't come up. I know that in the state of Florida, we have stood up, enabled some hiring initiatives with veterans, okay? And I know that got into a really heated dialogue, and I won't go into that. But, you can hire veterans as a way to take and mitigate some of these staffing shortages. And I didn't hear anything about that. It may have been encompassed in some of the other hiring portals that they use. But again, we are doing something in the state of Florida to take and enable those initiatives, and I didn't hear any mention to that, okay? The other part was that the exit surveys. If you're waiting for an exit survey to figure out how to fix a problem, you can rely on part of it. But in reality, what you want to do is kind of identify the problem before it's too late. So coming out of the corporate world, coming out of government, we had these things called corporate/command climate surveys. They were anonymous, and what you got to do was take and capture everybody's thoughts about, regardless of where they were in their career. If you're waiting for the right-hand side of the problem, it's too late. On the left-hand side of the problem, it sounds like you're doing a really good job at trying to take and engage them. But what are you doing to the staff, the employees, the teachers that are in the middle? Anonymous surveys went a long way. I've been associated with companies and government entities that had hiring issues and that implemented these command climate surveys. They were anonymous, and as a result, they were able to successfully make improvement to the corporate climate. Those are important things to consider when you're doing this. I didn't hear any mention about any of that happening. So, the other thing is that comes up here, are there any legislative issues that we can take forward and maybe improve hiring through legislative actions, or improve command climate through legislative actions? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Chair, Mr. Smith did bring up something that I do have a question on, and I thank you, Mr. Smith, for this one. We do know that there was legislation about veterans, the hiring of veterans. Superintendent, and I don't know did we ever get complete clarity of Ms. Morant, clarity on how and that procedure, because I think the last conversation that we had, there was some
We were waiting on direction from DOE.
correct, DOE on that hiring process. The law was passed, but there was not any clear direction on how to proceed with that.
Yeah, sure. We have communicated out information about that recent legislation. Several ways that we've done that are in our monthly human resources newsletter. We send that out promotionally about the veterans' options. Within that, it has the outline for them to join our team with the exceptions that that legislation makes for veterans. We also have attended several veteran events. Most recently, Mr. Wade Martin from Denellen High School and I attended the Paychecks for Patriots event. So there are things that we are doing, and we are communicating that information out. We also do send that information out through social media. And we have a recruitment team meeting coming up in January, and one of the rotations that our recruitment team will be going through will actually be to build a foundational plan to increase our veteran recruitment. So we have done some foundational work there, and we are looking to increase that work.
And from my understanding, this doesn't just include veterans, this includes the spouses of veterans, correct?
There are some spousal options. They're a little bit different than the actual veterans, though. But yes, there are. And when we get questions about that, we do divert those questions to our certification team because they are the experts in that. And instead of us trying to answer questions that I'm not always an expert in, I divert that to our certification team, and they get them the resources, the information, and will even help walk them through the process for applying.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Choquette. Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. I remember asking, I think it was before JC retired, how we were doing with the new law, and there had been a couple of veterans that had expressed interest, but I think not a whole lot of activity, and so hopefully we'll get more, especially as technical assistance comes out and, you know, how to actually make it all happen. The exit surveys, yeah, those are new. It sounds more like shutting the barn door after, you know, like why did the horse get out of the barn kind of thing. It's something that our district hadn't done before to any formal extent that I'm aware of. So I'm glad we're doing it. Probably the reason why climate surveys weren't mentioned is because we have been doing that for a really long time. A barrier to those climate surveys continues to be, and it is certainly my prayer that the concern that employees have had for way too long of a time about somehow, oh yeah, you're going to say they're anonymous, but we, yeah, they don't believe it, and they think that what they share is going to be taken and used to retaliate, to the point where, especially if it's done online, they want a paper pencil and a box to be able to put it in. I think we're moving in a more trusting direction now, finally, thank God. Because those climate surveys are super, super important. So I just wanted to share a few tidbits of information for all involved and interested parties.
Thank you. And I also wanted to say to a couple of other points that Mr. Schmidt just made, it's sort of like a preview of where we're heading for the rest of this agenda. There's going to be two different items that specifically speak to additional comments he made. One is we'll be discussing what this board's legislative priorities will be, potentially inclusive of advocating specifically for workforce legislation. And secondly, we'll be talking about school board committees that board members will sit on, and one of those will actually be the Friends of the Marion County Veterans Park Foundation, where we'll start having board member representation so we can start having further engagement with our veterans groups to know more how we can first have a presence, and then secondly, how we can collaborate even more. So I think several of the concerns that have been brought up, we've been able to speak to at this point, and others will continue to garner more information on. Board, I think we're done with that item. If you're ready to move on, I am. Our next item on our agenda is board meeting times. And Superintendent, I'm not entirely sure what that one means. What I will say is I have some dates and times, we all do, for master board training. So if there's nothing specifically on board meeting times, then we can use that placeholder to talk about, these will be board meetings, master board trainings.
Madam Chair, before you, Superintendent, I just want to tell Ms. Morant and her team Thank you, guys. I know that's probably one of Ms. Morant's first full times that she had to present to this board, and I'm sure there was a little anxiety about what was going to happen, but you and the team came through pretty good. So, thank y'all.
Yes, thank you, team, and
Merry
thank you for
Christmas.
being here all day with us, not knowing when you were going to wind up on the agenda. So thank you so much for that as well. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We'll see you in the new year.
They were working on their laptops.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, good.
That's remote work. That's remote. You all just saw an example and did an example of what remote work looks like. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, to your question about board meeting times, this was based on a prior conversation the board had prior to the two new board members coming on board about any change in board meeting times. That was left for the discussion to bring that back later. So however you choose to proceed.
Sure.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Thrower, do you want to speak to this? Because I know you were the one with the original idea that potentially that we did a pilot program, and then would you mind speaking to it just a bit? Thank you.
Right. It's always really important to me to try to provide as many avenues for public participation as possible. And while our whole community continues to grow and speaking to people's different work schedules, I just want to always make sure that they are at least being acknowledged and accommodated as much as we possibly can. I will say that the pattern continues, that if it's something that people feel really passionate about, we could schedule a meeting at midnight and they would set their alarms and come.
Exactly.
So I don't know that I feel like, continuing to have our board meetings at the typical set times, which is 5:30, in the end, I think it was a little bit of a wash. People are going to come and they're going to make themselves available. I do wanted to, because I always have an idea. I did want to float a little test balloon about work sessions, because we have really deep conversations at our work sessions, and I have heard from a lot of our employees, they're like, well, geez, I'm in class all day. I can't have it on, while I'm working. Yes, I can watch it when I get home, but it's pretty hard to participate in any public comment. You can't, although, let me take that back, because yes, you can get up in front of us and talk to us, but I think we pride ourselves on making ourselves available, None of us hide our phone numbers. None of us hide our email address. Reach out, share. We appreciate that. We need it. We know that's how good government works. But in the spirit of that, I don't know, even a quarterly or a bi-yearly work session in the evening to tip our hat to our employees. Just an idea, and I'm not sure how passionate about it I really am until I hear the rest of the board's thoughts.
I did receive several emails about the work session times, and especially today, we had some hot topic items that people were unable to attend. And I did share with them, even with time change for our school board meetings, we really didn't see a difference. I didn't from the audience on the participation level. And so I think it does go back to how important the issue is to people. I do think it's important that our staff members have the opportunity to be here in the evening. I am open to the suggestion Nancy made about doing something quarterly in the evening so our work sessions could be made available to families and staff members that are working during the day. But it's just a double-edged sword. We can't make everybody happy all the time. We just have to do the best we can to make different opportunities available.
I just would offer that the participation today was probably the greatest participation in a very long time.
Truth.
And we held this meeting at 9 a.m. So I would say that I think if important to share, people will contact us via email or phone or make arrangements to be at a meeting at this time. And I would second that. When we moved the schedule, I was not a part of the board, changed the schedule to test the waters. There was not an overwhelmingly different response to the participation. And I do think, if we want to do it once quarterly or whatever, I have no strong opinion about it either way. But I think that offering an evening meeting and a morning work session offers a variety of opportunity for people to come. And I know for myself as a board member, I make myself available to have personal conversations, and I think all of the rest of the board members do as well. So while public comment would be on record, there are many times when we have personal conversations with individuals outside of a formal meeting like this.
So I think we kind of have consensus that we will leave it as is for now. I did float the idea back when we talked about board meetings, times moving, to have a work session in the evening. I did float that idea. Again, it's going to all be dependent on what that agenda would be and who the interested parties might be. Because as we saw today, I was noticing how many people were in the audience and how this setting was very conducive to the number of people. I'll remember back some time ago when Ms. Thrower was chair and we had lots of people there for public comment to talk about things. And the room wasn't quite so conducive. We were in our old meeting space and folks were in the hallway and outside and everywhere else lined up. So this meeting space was very conducive to having a large audience today to speak. And though we had 34 speakers, we had dozens of other people here in the audience who did not stand up to speak. So I just want to make that comment because that also has come up before, if this meeting space was conducive to what we needed to do. And I think today was a prime example of folks not having to stand outside or stand out in the lobby or wherever that might be to be able to share in the experience with us. So with that, I would like to take as a point of privilege, as Ms. Morant said, if we could take a look at the master board training, because this will be board work session times for us to look at upcoming. And board, if we could just all pull out our calendars, I gotta find mine, where we can try to coordinate a date in February, a date in March, and a date in April, if possible, where we could schedule our next work sessions, our next master board trainings.
It seemed like I remember, did she say one of those have to be an 8-hour day?
No, the reason we have 5 is because we made the first one only 4 hours.
Okay.
The first one would typically have been 8, but it's now 2 4-hour sessions.
Okay. Okay.
And if I may, Madam Chair, to confirm with the board, you should have received a calendar invitation for January 5th, that second half, that second component from 1 to 5 p.m. We'll do it here at MTI after the work session. And then the dates that I provided to you was at your request for some dates, February, March, and April. If none of these work, I'll go back and work some magic and move some things around. I have a lot of instructional reviews. But if they don't work, then please let me know and I'll see what we can change.
The board, if it's possible, I would actually like to work backwards and start in April, because that will be the one that I have the fewest things on my calendar, if that works for you all. Our Wednesdays, I see a couple of Wednesdays, a couple of Fridays. Do you all have preferences on Wednesdays or Fridays? There's obviously a Tuesday or Thursday here too, but those already have board meetings and work sessions on them, so.
Wednesdays are good for me because I try to leave my Wednesdays clear. Wednesdays and Mondays are always good. I try to,
okay.
I'm fresher minded on Wednesday than a Friday, that's for sure.
Yes.
So let's just look at Wednesday, April 5th. How does that look for everyone right now?
Wide open.
Wide open.
Okay, and are we under the impression, again, we didn't get that clarification, that it just needs to be 4 hours, or is it more than 4 hours? We don't have that clarification from them at this point.
We will need to confirm. I thought I heard her say 8, that one session was broken up into 2 4-hours to account for one, but the other ones were 8. But we will.
That's what I thought too.
Because that's the only reason, is because they started early with us. They accommodated our need to get started earlier, so they broke it up into 2 sessions. But I think they're all 8 hours.
Okay. I thought the whole thing was 20 hours. It was a 20-hour training total. And so the first session was 8, and then there were 3 subsequent 4-hour trainings. But because we only did 4 the first time, we have 4 more 4-hour sessions. But it's a 20-hour training.
I didn't participate the first time in a full master board. Were you guys refreshers? Do you remember how long it was?
They were 8 hours.
They were 8 hours, each one of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe we should just make sure that our schedules are clear for Wednesday, April 5th, until we know.
I'm free the whole day then.
Ms. Debbick's in the audience, and I think she's indicating she's verifying.
Okay, that's great. And I would be texting right now to April or Tina if I wasn't trying to add this to my calendar. So,
Look at March 1st then too.
let me go ahead and add the April 5th one first. Just hold for the whole day. I'll put in from 8 to 5, even though that's not completely accurate but for right now.
Nine.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll put in from 9 to 5.
Some of us gotta drop kids off at
That's
school.
fine.
Yeah.
I do too. I just usually hand that duty that day off to my husband. Okay, 9 to 5, I'm holding the whole day on April 5th, and then we'll find out the exact times. March 1st, is that good for everyone as well?
Where are the odds of March?
Okay. So again, adding that from 9 to 5, I'm holding it for right now, and then we'll learn the exact times. Okay, when we get into February, that's going to be a little bit more challenging because we don't have a Monday or a Wednesday there.
When we say prior to the board meeting, and if it is an 8-hour, that would mean that we would work in the master board all 8 hours and then go into a board meeting?
That's correct.
I would vote against that.
Right. So I know that February is the soonest one we need to do, but Dr. Gullett, I think that I would prefer if we could potentially look at a Monday or a Wednesday, and I know that's going to be challenging for things you have on your calendar. But I know my Tuesday and Thursday afternoons in at least spring session A are going to be a lot busier than they are currently. So if we could find a Monday or Wednesday and just we can schedule the February one at another time. I know that you have so many things on your calendar, so.
Thank you. I see February 22nd is a Wednesday, and
It's a work session.
I think we could make, would that day work?
Work for me.
That works for me.
There was something on there,
We'd
but
actually be with them back to back, so that would be back to back Wednesdays. I don't know that that's okay with them, but it's okay with us because we would be with them February 22nd and then March 1st.
right, we had a review scheduled that day, and it was just moved.
What do you mean we'd be back?
Because the
February
following Wednesday
22nd,
is
and then the following Wednesday is March 1st.
Subsequent
So we just
weeks.
scheduled
Oh,
March
okay, I got you, 2 weeks. I got you.
Yeah, subsequent weeks.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, February 22nd works for me if you.
That will, yes, if Wednesday's best, that
We can get them.
Right, if we can get them.
if they're available.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
And to confirm, I'm sorry, I did not consult with the Florida School Board Association. I just brought dates
Yes.
Right.
based on the calendar, and we will confirm.
Perfect.
Okay.
So if you and Ms. Debbitt can communicate with them, or Ms. Martinez Lopez, or whomever is communicating with FSBA, those are the dates that we would like for them to be able, and if we need to come up with alternative dates, they can let us know. But hopefully, we're early enough in this process that we should be able to get our pick, hopefully, since we've already started. And so at this point, we'll have the January 5th one, and then February 22nd, March 1st, and April 5th, if that works with their calendars. And you can let us know the specific times and locations as those are confirmed.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So while we're talking about this, the dates, can we go ahead and do location as well so that we can be clear? So once they go ahead and notice these,
Sure.
they can notice these with the proper location. I think the January 5th you said is going to be here at MTI.
Because we're here already that
Okay.
morning.
So why not we just do them all here
That's
for
fine by me.
convenience? We got lunch here. We can do all those things.
Well, on Wednesday is a day Chef is.
Oh, and Chef Nine
So
could
we can
provide us.
eat at in
Correct.
MTI Cafe.
What a great
Correct.
We can
reminder,
support the cafe.
Dr. James.
Yep.
Maybe he can make key lime pie again.
Well, we can support the cafe, and there's also places we can
Right.
eat, or right here or whatever.
Right. So without having to coordinate calendars with the CEP, I think having them here would
Right.
also be very helpful.
And thank you to the CEP.
Yes, no,
Let me say
thank
that.
you. For our very first one, it was a wonderful room and setting and all for us to get started in this. But now that we've all gotten our feet wet and we know what's to come, I think that wherever you put us, we're gonna be trained. So, wonderful. Okay, so that was board meeting times. We'll move on to legislative priorities. Board, I have two things I want to pass out to you. First of all, and actually I'm going to give one to Mr. Davis and to Dr. Gullett as well. 2, 3, 4, so if you can pass these down. Both of these are available publicly while they're not necessarily associated with this agenda. I'll tell you where they can be found. Actually, the top one has my date written on it, I think. Thank you. Here, I'll give you a different one. On September 21st, 2022, during a work session, the school board discussed legislative priorities that we were going to, that's this one right here, that we were going to put forth and had majority approval from the sitting board at that time. The reason for that discussion actually led to what you have in your hand on the other piece here, because we all collectively put our thoughts together and submitted them as one full board to the Florida School Board Association Advocacy Committee, who then developed the legislative priorities, which this document can be found on fsba.org, and I can actually give you the exact location. If you go to fsba.org and go and find the 2023 legislative session, their legislative resources, the FSBA platform is this document, but I wanted it in print for you so you could get to it easily. The conversation today, what we will need to do for new board members, we already have on our calendars the legislative delegation date where our local delegation comes together at the College of Central Florida, and we as a board go and present our recommendations to them on our specific legislative priorities. For the recent past, the school board has had a wonderful little pocket guide that we have handed to each of those legislators that has all of the information in it for them. So it's very easy, a handheld that they take away rather than us like throwing a piece of paper at them. Ours has always looked a little bit different. We don't throw a piece of paper, but it's always looked a little bit different in something they actually could physically put in their pocket. So Mr. Christian has always done a great job of putting that together. And what we would like to do today is actually finalize specifically what those bullet points are that we want to have as our now this new board's specific legislative priorities, so that we can ensure that Mr. Christian knows what needs to be included in that, so he can have that produced by our first week of January legislative delegation meeting.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have something that I think we're all really passionate about, that we need legislative support for, and this may be better suited for our local delegation. But the fact that when a teacher or another staff member, even from another agency, state agency, retires, and then they have to wait a whole year to come back. And we have so many retired teachers and paraprofessionals, and I'm sure other departments that would be thrilled to have the opportunity to come back, 2 days a week, 3 days a week, 2 days one week, 3 days the next week. We need that flexibility, and we are in a hiring crisis, and we're not the only county. So I would like to think that collectively we could have some punch with that, and I believe we had a speaker that just asked us how they might be able to align with us to provide some legislative lobbying and support, and that would be one of them.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So if you look at the FSBA legislative priority, it actually is almost at the bottom of the page. See if this is putting the wording into what you just said. Support the elimination of barriers for re-employment for high-quality personnel. And this specifically says after retirement under the Florida retirement system. Does that get to the heart of what your thought is, or is there additional language we need to be inclusive of? And Mr. Christian, let me give a copy of this to you also so that you can make notes on it. Excuse me.
You okay?
So while you have something in your throat, I hate to call on you again, but is that inclusive of what the language is you think is needed, or is there additional language you would like to see this board put forth?
I think we need some stronger language. We are in a true hiring crisis across the state of Florida, so we're looking at addressing and mitigating. We need some really immediate action on that. So as soon as I can breathe again, I can wordsmith.
Sure. So if I'm thinking of stronger language, the word to me is just eliminate barriers for reemployment. after retirement under the Florida retirement
I
system.
think you have to add, like the Vice Chair just said, I think you have to include the urgency with this, that there is, yeah.
Okay.
You have some immediate,
Urgently address something.
yeah.
Okay, so here's where wordsmithing together. So urgently or immediately eliminate?
Or do we want to let Kevin kind of wordsmith
Kevin
it?
wordsmith and come back to us?
Come back to us, because I think that would be
So
better.
here's the situation with that, though, Board, just so we're all clear. Our legislative delegation meeting is set for January 6th. And so we have today and tomorrow with our employees still working, and then we will have, I think, the 4th and 5th ahead of that. And he'll need to print them and make sure that we have them by January 6th. So I just want to make sure that's why today is so important, that we get this.
Today is the day.
Today is the day. But if we want to talk through wordsmithing this,
We'll see if he has any other ideas and anyone else does, but yeah, it sounds like we need to get it, the language we want decided like now.
so I'm thinking that just eliminate barriers. I think eliminate is a pretty strong word in and of itself. I don't know that we need to have an adverb of immediately or urgently or something like that.
Well, it doesn't, if we don't say how urgent this is, because we just specifically said a few minutes ago about the mass, we've had, I think, about 5 or 6 APs resign this week.
It doesn't say
So
why.
we have to stress that urgency with this situation.
Okay. So then,
Address the immediate shortage of personnel in those areas. I think it just needs a qualifier and an explanation. It's like, well, support the elimination of any barriers. Why? You know, it's FS,
And why are we asking? Because if it's not urgent,
it's always been that way with FRS. So, you know, why, what's the urgency to eliminate it? Well, we'll tell you what it is, because we're experiencing it greatly.
okay, so let's get back in the wordsmithing. So are we going to say eliminate barriers for reemployment after retirement? I'm just trying to see how many of these words we're adding. And then we're going to say to immediately address employment shortages,
due to the crisis,
okay?
To help alleviate the statewide hiring crisis.
yeah, something like that.
Okay,
To me, as my kids thankfully have graduated recently, but for someone like, Board Member James and you, Board Member Campbell, and you, it's your kids that are being taught by underqualified teachers or longtime subs. And some of them are fantastic, but that's a Band-Aid.
right. So do we want to include the words high-quality personnel? Because that currently is in the,
Yes,
Of
we
course.
always want that.
so eliminate barriers for reemployment of high-quality personnel.
Teachers, bus drivers,
I mean,
retirement under the Florida retirement system to help alleviate the current hiring or the current employment crisis.
and I'm just thinking of spacing on this little bitty pocket.
Right.
So that's why I'm trying to get to the most concise yet accurate information we want to include, so.
Why don't we move on and maybe while we think.
Okay, if you want to wordsmith that or whatever while we move on to other potential priorities we want to add to this. So we originally had discussed and that actually was something that landed on FSBA's about the paraprofessional, yes, to extend the bill to allow military and veterans to apply, the bill that currently allows military and veterans to apply for the 5-year temporary teaching certification, extend that to paraprofessionals who are pursuing education minors and majors with 60 hours college credit. That was something we had talked about, and it was something that landed on FSBA's agenda. Let's see.
I would also like to offer, if we are going to give 5 years to get a permanent teaching certificate to a veteran, that I would like to see us also afford that to someone who has already received a bachelor's degree and is working towards certification.
Correct.
That's important.
Instead of the 3 years out of field.
Correct.
Yeah.
So extending the temporary certification process.
Extending it to 5 years. If we're going to allow 5 years, than for one class. I would like to see that we allow 5 years for all classes for a temporary teaching certificate.
Okay. So extend temporary teaching certificates. Let's see, how does this, for a 5-year or extend temporary teaching certificates
To 5 years.
to 5 years?
5 years for all classes, not just veterans.
Or
That's
it's,
number one.
it's specific.
It's the first bullet.
Oh,
Change the term of temporary certification for candidates with a,
college degree from 3 to 5 years.
yes, but we could say for all candidates, because with our veterans, the college degree is not required.
Right, and same thing with, so that's why both of these bullets here, the second one there, that's the one I was honing in on, is the 60 credit hours to paraprofessionals. So a paraprofessional that may have 60 hours of college credit could also have that 5 year. So I think while it certainly is bachelor's degree from 3 to 5 years, it's also anyone with at least 60 hours perhaps, because that would be a bachelor's degree more than that, so.
Yes, and I've been administrator at a school site where we had a paraprofessional who was working towards their bachelor's degree, had attained their AA degree, but was still receiving paraprofessional pay because they had not granted their teaching certificate yet. And this would allow them to be getting that teacher pay and be in that teaching position. So I would agree with that.
Correct. So again, this should be worded to extend temporary teaching certificates from 3 years to 5 years for anyone with 60 hours of college credit or more. Does that get us there?
That would make it a neat.
Because the veterans also have to have 60 hours of college credit.
Right, yes, so let's make that across the board for everybody. And, you know, our paraprofessionals have had obviously classroom experience, so why wouldn't we want to honor that? We're honoring our veterans for what they have done in a different realm. So,
okay,
at least see what they have to say about it, because this just can't continue.
Agreed.
You know, some of us have been around long enough where we remember when we were at full employment, and getting on with the school system was an honor.
Right. And our papers here are front and back because we did have several things that we put forth. We already had their create pathways for retired teachers to come back to the classroom, so that we've taken care of that one. We're, let's see. One of the items for the FSBA legislative priority is to provide funding for market value wages for high-skilled, high-wage CTE adjunct teachers. I don't know if that's something that we want to advocate for or discuss. And just as a point of note, I do believe if in fact this board, we haven't had, I know we've each been briefed on this, but we haven't had collective conversation about a potential request for allocation specifically for Marion Technical College, that we would like to ask for a specific monetary request, an allocation directly from the legislature. I know we haven't talked about that collectively, we've been briefed individually, but if we have consensus, I think that certainly needs to be potentially even the first thing on this list. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, board.
Through your advocacy, Chair.
Yes.
Through your advocacy, through the Superintendent's Association, is that something that you're intending to bring forward as well, or it really is specific to Marion County, though? So I'm just trying to make sure that we're aligning.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. That is something that's more locally based. Some things that you've already discussed are already on our FADS platform, but that would be more local.
Okay. And while I know that is an operations type conversation, and that's why it is, you know, Dr. Gullett trying to expand programs at Marion Technical College. If it is something that we need from our legislature specifically, my opinion, this board member believes that we need to make it a part of our legislative priorities to advocate when we are standing before those 6 to 7 individuals to ensure that we're including that conversation. Do we agree with that thought process? Allocation?
Yes.
Okay, Good. Consensus?
Critical to what we're doing.
Right. I think that potentially by that date, there may be even a little bit more information that we can have in our talking to them. But just adding it, allocation for Marion Technical College expansion, Mr. Christian, is what that one, and I think that should be number one, personally.
Yeah, I also think it's equally as important teacher pay increases for longstanding teachers, because even though last year we were able to increase our beginning teacher pay, a lot of our veteran teachers didn't see much of increase at all. So I think that is equally as important that we represent them.
And the way it's worded in the FSBA platform, and this may not be how we want to word it, we may want to add additional language or change this, but fund the teacher salary increase allocation, or TSIA, and increase the categorical eligibility to all certified instructional personnel, including experienced teachers. That may not say exactly what you're wanting to say, but I know that I think they're asking for a specific teacher salary increase, but to include experienced teachers. I think the way we had originally worded it as a district was what you said, to teacher pay increases for longstanding teachers. So how would we like to phrase that, board? And let me ask this question also while we're talking through these. How many do we want to have? Mr. Christian, can you guide us? Is it usually four or five? Okay.
No more than 5.
No more than 5. Okay, so at this point, we're at 3. So, and we have allocation for Marion Technical College expansion, eliminate barriers for reemployment, however that wording is going to be, eliminate barriers for employment of high-quality personnel after retirement under the FRS. Then our third one was to extend the temporary teaching certificates from 3 to 5 years for those with at least 60 hours of college credit. And then I can definitely agree with Ms. Conrad, something about teacher pay increases for our long-standing teachers.
Yes, and that is kind of a localized thing for us because we do have a lot of veteran teachers, long-term teachers, that the compression was unbelievable. We have new teachers making more than them, and they're highly effective under all those metrics, and have done an amazing job for us for so many years. So how can we say that very succinctly?
Well, we'll definitely build morale.
And it is a local issue, but it also is a statewide issue.
Correct.
Multiple school districts are experiencing
Feeling it,
compression
but
issues.
yes,
Just to add to that, if I may, yes, that was, again, on our list from the superintendent group as an urgent need.
So how do we best want to phrase that? I'm not certain that this gives it the way that FSBA has it on their platform. I'm not certain that it gives it the teeth that it really needs.
Right, it needs to be short.
Right.
What can we say? Match pay increases because now we have veterans that we're having conversations about, but for lack of a better descriptor, match pay raises for veteran teachers the same as were given to new teachers, something along those lines. Or increase the
Allocation.
increase salary allocation for veteran teachers.
Percentage of the increase should be
Yes.
similar.
Well, or something about a revisit to our salary schedule. Because I think our salary schedule currently for year 1 through 17 specifically for our district is the exact same. And then that salary schedule starts seeing an increase. So a fund allocation so that we can make that salary schedule show an increase every 2 years versus not until year 18. Because every district's going to have a different variation, and so we're asking for Florida legislation, not Marion County, and so I would say it needs to make sense that all districts would be able to absorb it. So it's almost to me like an increase in fund allocation to restructure salary schedules to show increases in pay every 2 years, or
Right, which would address the veteran issue, the veteran teacher.
it would address everyone above a new teacher,
Right.
because everyone above a new teacher is still making the same as the new teacher currently for quite some time.
So if there was legislation, so unfortunately, Ms. Boston Ellis isn't in the room right now, but I'm just thinking out loud on the consequence financially of that. So we all know what we experienced when legislation and the governor's orders came down, that base teacher salary for starting teachers had to be at 47.5 over.
Near as possible.
Right, as near as possible over a certain period of time, and we had a certain amount of time to get to that. There was no speak to what veteran teachers would then receive after that. Are we asking the legislature to actually put in place that we want to have graduated requirements because if that's the case, they need to fund that. And I don't know that that's the way funding is coming down on this issue, just trying to be transparent. And I mean, our salary schedule is what it is for a reason right now. But I'm just trying to ensure that we know specifically what we're asking for and then what the implications of that would be if we were to get it.
I'm asking for both. The money and
the policy. Okay. Okay. So
not one without the other.
Right.
This is historically what we get.
Right.
And we just need to then condense that into one sentence that is powerful, that will fit on a very small palm card.
Right. I know, I'm already struggling with how Mr. Christian's going to fit the phrases that we already have there. He's going to do it. Perfect. Okay. So it's, I think that's not just funding. I think we might actually want to ask for policy and funding.
Policy in the way of?
Policy, create policy and fund teacher salary increase allocation specifically for experienced teachers.
We want them to create a policy?
That's what I'm talking through.
They're going to be like, what?
Legislation.
Legislation? Okay. Create policy or create legislation and funding for that addresses teacher salary increase allocation specifically for experienced teachers. Veteran teachers. Veteran, or no, we need to say experienced. Experienced, because the word veteran is in other, capital V veteran. I don't want to confuse the issue. Mr. Davis, thank you for your service as you're smiling at me.
Yes, we have this discussion, as I mentioned, in the superintendent group, and I agree that what's in place legislatively has to change, because even if you have the money, it requires at 75%, 100%, 150%, so that has to be removed so that the money can go to the experienced teachers. So we can't, I would say that you can't do one without the other, because it won't, the current barrier is that the language prohibits us from providing money to those.
Allocate funds and flexibility to further support experienced teachers.
But again, you still have to say something about the legislation.
Right, because if you put money there, it doesn't allow
Welcome to the podium.
It requires where we are.
Right.
You'll have to excuse me, I don't have much of a voice.
But you saved it for this time on this day.
But I believe what I hear you saying is legislate and fund respective salary schedules for experienced teachers.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
We like it. Yes. You could take a picture of it and send it to us so you don't have to say it again.
Legislate and fund legislate and fund respective salary schedules for experienced teachers.
Okay. What does respective mean?
Yes.
Respective.
Is it respective?
Yes.
Recognized.
Recognize
experience. And fund, allocate and fund, sorry.
Legislate and fund.
Commensurate with, perhaps.
What was the other word?
You could also say legislate and fund a graduated salary schedule for longstanding teachers based on years of experience, if that's the point you're trying to.
Well, the years of experience are very important, but we're also speaking to quality as well. You know, We want people that have been with us for the long run that do a great job to get rewarded,
We want them to stay.
supported.
Right.
I'm happy to rework these and send these to you, Madam Chair, and then if you want to, whatever you want to do with them from that point. But yeah, we're kind of behind the 8 ball on the timeline here.
Right, and that's our fault on that, okay. Did you have any other ways you had phrased anything else we had, or are you just pulling them straight off of the?
Just based on your conversation, I have some here, but I think they would be better in print first. So you
Okay. Okay, perhaps if we can, I'm trying to think of the best way to share those around with us, because normally we would send them through Attorney Powers, and then he would send them to us, but he's not.
Well, I can blind copy each of you, and then if you want to respond, or through Suzanne.
Okay, either way, if you might be able to send us something today or tomorrow, just so we need response back by 5 o'clock tomorrow, frankly, just so you can be prepared first thing in January to get this done, I guess.
I have 4. Are there more?
Based on what I'm looking at, I think that gets us there. The only other thing we didn't touch on was the attendance and something to do with truancy
That was the one that I wanted to.
That's the only thing that we didn't touch on, and how that really we talked a lot about. And I don't know what we would need to say specific to that. Student attendance and school climate is what we had originally, we were saying model the Florida student attendance policies after the state of Georgia Department Education policy, student attendance and school climate rule that includes parental accountability. That's what we originally had spoken to, but I don't know. I know, Vice Chair Thrower, you've been a strong advocate for this issue. I'm not certain how we best, and again, it's not phrased here on the legislative session platform of FSBA. It doesn't mean it's not something we can't put forth that we know is valuable and important. Absolutely. So, Board, if we would like to pursue one final note, something to do with attendance, I would say it needs about 4 or 5 words is all we have to say. But is there anything specific that we could say? Because, I mean, the policy out of Georgia is actually their DOE policy. So I wonder if there was legislation ahead of that policy.
There is a statute.
So then this is statute that then has led to DOE policy out of the state of Georgia. Perhaps we're asking them to legislate student attendance to include parental accountability. But I mean, I think we already have some of that with truancy laws. It's sometimes we struggle. Well, right now we're struggling, and I know we're going to have a work session in January about attendance, but in some parts we're struggling right now with students and families who are aware of the attendance requirements and aware of the rules on when they get counted absent or when they flip to truancy, and so they're playing the game because of how the legislation is written. Not everyone, but we do have some, and we have identified.
And the period is so long, like the amount of days that they're allowed to miss is.
15 days in a.
Right. So is there something we want to say to this board, and if so, what?
Well, but just to offer, didn't we discuss instead, or maybe in conjunction, developing a more standard policy? I think in work session, I spoke to things I did as an administrator, which may or may not have been the policy of the board, but we're more proactive with attendance. And I thought we spoke to potentially developing some policies from the superintendent's office down, discussing the expectation of our school-based truancy officers to be proactive with absences.
I would say that some of that has been internal. We had our truancy judge retire. There was no hearings going on during COVID. So go ahead.
Well, I don't mean to speak out of turn, but you do have a bunch of truancy hearings tomorrow. Yes. So it does seem like legal is getting
Right, we're getting back on track.
I think so, and I think you have a new judge assigned, and
Yes.
And
the wheels are turning.
thank you, Ms. Green. I was actually going to speak to that. I know Attorney Powers mentioned to me that he and Judge Yeomans have a great working relationship, and there's a lot of work happening right now on that. So,
I'm covering those tomorrow.
oh, terrific. Thank you, Ms. Green.
Reading my mind because I was communicating like, okay, are we still having it tomorrow?
I know. Double duty. Thank you so much. So, board, do we want to include something about attendance on our legislative priority list? Or do we want to try to accomplish what we think we want to get done, potentially in policy if there is need for that, or even in procedure with Dr. Gullett's staff based on policy we currently have?
How about legislation that strengthens compulsory attendance requirements? And then i.e. Georgia model. And I'd have to grab my paperwork, but I could even reference the statute number.
Yeah, it's right here, the
Okay.
policy number. Well, I don't have the statute, I have the policy specific out of DOE. So say
Okay.
that again, legislation that strengthens compulsory.
Attendance requirements.
Okay. And if we want to use a reference, Mr. Christian, there, on the bullet points on the one sheeter, it has the Georgia DOE, if we need to.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. If you have space, if you want to, let's see what that looks like. Okay, so then we have 5 priorities that we will land on, and between now and that January 6th date, we'll work on scripting and what all that will look like, because it's not just enough to stand up there and say what these things are. I know Dr. Gullett will have some things to say, and then one of us will speak to that too. I have no problem doing that. So once we have this spelled out, then I think we've landed on a consensus on where we wanted to go. So thank you, team, for working on that. Thank you, Mr. Christian, appreciate it. Is there any public comment on our legislative priorities? No public comment on that? Okay. Moving on, I think the last thing before board member concerns is school board committees. And on Tuesday evening, I passed out to you all the blank document with the different, I do want to ask Ms. Debick, without putting her on the spot, did we get a confirmation about the Department of Juvenile Justice Council? Okay, and that is a standing, and they do want representation. Okay, terrific. So I know that we talked through this last time, but right now they're all blank on here. So let's talk through them again, if that's okay with you. Can we start with the planning and zoning boards? Because I think we all know who's going to be on each one of those, but if we can talk through planning and zoning, I believe based on geographical location that Ms. Conrad, I believe you're with the city of Bellevue. The city of Dunellen, I believe, is Reverend Cummings. City of Ocala is where I live. City of McIntosh and City of Reddick both are with Miss James. And then Marion County, Nancy, you have been our liaison with Marion County, so thank you for that. As well as on the Value Adjustment Board, which we will have another vote on that in May.
Yes.
So
I've
that,
done it for 4 years, and I think it would be good for someone else to, be exposed to that.
terrific. So if the team can just make a note that we need to, maybe that is something that comes up every year in May, but we just need to ensure that when that May date comes around, that we can have conversation and potentially elect another board representative for the Marion County Board Value Adjustment Board. Okay. Now let's just go, and we already have established that it is the chair that sits on the Public Education Foundation Board of Directors. Chair or vice chair, thank you. And also, the other thing that had already been determined earlier is that I am the FSBA Advocacy Liaison, and Nancy Thrower is our alternate. That is also something that we will vote on, I believe, in June. I think we vote on that again in June or July. So
Probably
it's
the summer conference.
shortly after the summer conference, I think is when we vote on that again. Okay, so just while we're filling in blanks, just so we know what we have and don't have. Okay, starting back at the top then again, the Central Florida Public School Boards Coalition Liaison. Those meetings have been happening on Zoom or GoToMeeting or some virtual platform. We all were at the breakfast that they held, and the new chair is Abby Sanchez out of Seminole County. And so Dr. Gullett always sits on those, and I have been sitting on those, but I certainly want to open it up to anyone else who would like to. We all actually can, but I would like to have a designated liaison so that we have regular attendance from a board meeting, a board member on those. So
I'd be happy to take that on.
terrific. Y'all good with that? Okay. Ms. Conrad, you will be our liaison. Thank you for that. The Community Council Against Substance Abuse, I have received confirmation from both Ms. McCall as well as members of her team that they welcome a board member on that council. The council is made up of local law enforcement, of local judges, and multiple different people within the community. I'm not certain if those meetings have been happening in person or virtually, but I do believe that's a very strong place where we need to have representation. So is there anyone who is really excited about hopping onto CASA?
Do we have any information of when they meet? How often? Because we all know what our alternative placements look like. Drugs are a big problem.
I'm pretty sure it's monthly. I was on CASA probably 15 years ago, and I believe they were meeting monthly. The Marion County Children's Alliance includes a report from them every month in their newsletter and often in their meetings as well. So I'm going to say it's monthly. It may be quarterly, but I would say we need to consider it potentially being monthly. Anybody?
I'll do it.
I don't mind doing it.
Oh, then rock on.
Okay, terrific. Then Dr. James, if you're good with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James, and thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. The Department of Juvenile Justice Council. So I don't have a lot of information on that. I know Ms. Debick.
I'll do it.
Okay. Eric, that's good. Reverend Cummings, if you want to do that one. And I know Ms. Debick can get additional information on when those meetings are. Okay, terrific. We're passing these out. I love it. All right. So the next one on the list here, we have two new ones that the board has never had a representative. I will say that both of these have, not that we're not going to be engaged in all of the different committees that we're on, but both of these committees have repeatedly stated to Ms. Debick that they are looking for an engaged board member. They want someone who is going to be present and engaged. That includes the Fort King Heritage Foundation as well as the Friends of the Marion County Veterans Park Foundation. I am familiar with both of these organizations. Fort King Heritage Foundation is made up of Commissioner Craig Curry sits on that, former Representative Charlie Stone sits on that, as well as several other community leaders. You can Google them or look them up. And then the Friends of the Marion County Veterans Park Foundation is also an organization. They maintain the Veterans Park. It's their responsibility to ensure while the Veterans Park is a function of Marion County government, the Friends of the Veterans Park maintain it. And so all of the memorials and all of the things that are there is through that. And they also have multiple veterans groups that are a part of that foundation committee, so the foundation itself. So
I'd like to take the Veterans Committee because I'm already involved with that group.
Okay, terrific. You guys okay with Ms. Conrad taking the veterans one? Since
Yes,
there's
just
already.
we're trying to answer the question if we still want to continue with the day on for Veterans Day. That's something that we're working through. So yes, that's great. Very timely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Fort King Heritage Foundation. Anyone want to take that one?
What is that about?
The Fort King landmark, the fort, the actual new field trip destination that they have created, and they are building that and reenactments that they have there. And it's on Fort King. It's just really close to where we parked for parade, actually. But they do reenactments there, and it's kind of becoming a destination for the history of Marion County is essentially what it is. And you can look it up.
Do we know when they meet?
Do we know when they meet? Ms. Debick, do you have additional information on anything that I'm talking about? I feel like you do. I feel like you've been talking to all these people, and here I'm the one that's navigating this conversation.
Good afternoon, Board. Yes, the Fort King Heritage Foundation meets monthly. They are really focused on the history tourism of making Marion County a destination for those historical pieces. I know we've had representation from our social studies and our curriculum side. I've served as a liaison on that foundation for the past few months also, so they're looking for more engagement with the school system as far as field trips, history, and that side of things. They do meet monthly.
Question, Chair.
Yes.
Is this something that's better suited to like a social studies teacher than a board member? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Someone that has a deep interest in history, that could really be a nice opportunity.
Absolutely, I
Program
believe.
specialist, like a Lindsay Barber, I think.
Yes.
The challenge was the meeting times during the day, and those folks are in schools assisting. So I've been serving in that role. They said if a school board member would like to represent also, they would love to have that representation.
But if that person is a program specialist or of that level, that's still part of work if they're representing the board and on that committee.
For
right?
someone like Lindsay,
Yeah.
I don't know, that's a Dr.
I don't know.
thing, but I feel like, I don't know, my intuition's telling me that it maybe less board and more.
If I may, I have a question, Ms. Debick. So did you say that we have had staff from curriculum department?
Correct, and then when I came in as community engagement, we transitioned that role.
Okay, so no one currently from the curriculum department's on there?
Curriculum, yeah, correct, yes.
I agree with the board. I think somebody needs to be there who can speak to that work, especially as we're trying to build stronger partnerships and experiences for our students. That would be really helpful. Now, I'm not saying the board members wouldn't be part of that, but I certainly think that we need to find someone who can attend that on behalf of curriculum, even if it's.
So actually, if I'm looking at it, Lindsay Barber is already a trustee on that foundation board. Actually, I'm looking at their board right here. So as I'm looking at the additional board members that they have, and the trustees, it's possible that they actually are seeking an elected official because Brent Molliver, former Councilman Brent Molliver, former Commissioner David Moore, Tax Collector George Albright, former Speaker of the House Larry Creedle, Commissioner Craig Curry. Some of these folks are the ones that are, I already mentioned Representative Charlie Stone, the folks that are already engaged with this. So I think they might actually be seeking an elected official.
I have no problem doing it.
You want to join that group?
Let's do it.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. James.
There's a wonderful fitness event at the fort every year as well.
Oh, see, and you can definitely not only take part, but help plan it, I'm sure.
My plate runneth over.
Terrific. Okay, thank you, team. We are moving right along. So these three here, we talked about them, but the Site Selection Committee, Architect Selection Committee, and Insurance Committee. Ms. Thurwer, did we say that we were going to have you serve in all three of those roles? If you still want to take that on?
Kind of dovetails with the work.
Or was Insurance Committee someone else? I can't remember.
No, I think we spoke to Ms. Thurwer doing it, and Ms. Stone in our joint meeting kind of mentioned that she was probably going to maintain that role as well, at least until we get into a breaking breath point in this interlocal agreement journey, and then possibly making a change then. But until we kind of come to consensus and conclusion with this part of the journey, I would be an advocate of keeping the team as similar as possible, since you all have put in much work.
So that is the Architect Selection Committee and the Site Selection Committee for certain. The Insurance Committee is something specific to Marion County, though, and while it's included here in operations just in alphabetical order, it is a little bit different. And I've been serving in that role because we are self-insured. That committee meets quarterly, I think, so it's not an incredibly cumbersome committee, but the meetings can last a couple of hours depending on what all of the information is with our risk management team and all. And for some reason, it doesn't matter, but I was thinking that in our last meeting that Ms. Conrad said she was going to do that, and I don't remember. I didn't tell anyone that, so we're having this conversation back. So, I mean, I certainly can continue serving in that role, or if someone else wants to go into that position. Prior to me, Ms. McCall had been in that role when we were moving from the fully funded to the self-insured. So it just is up to you all. If you all are taking on other committees, so that's fine. I can continue in that role if you want me to. So that's fine either way.
I don't have a desire. I wouldn't be a good fit.
Okay. Then I will continue on the insurance committee if I don't hear anybody else just jumping at that chance.
I was willing to do it, but there's been some big changes too, and you've only been on it, what, 2 years?
Right.
So maybe moving forward, you can hop on value adjustment, we can switch.
We can switch. Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. Now we're in I'm going to say the two biggies, because I know that they both are so important, and this is really framing policy. Specifically, the Code of Student Conduct is framing policy for this district, and then the student progression plan. As I expressed previously, student progression plan, I would certainly, in my opinion, that one of our educators needs to be on that. That one would not be me. So
I would like to be on that committee.
on the progression plan. Okay, I'm good with that if you all are. This certainly these are essentially committee assignments for a year, and then we can, talk about it again next year. I think this is important that we're having this conversation. Now that our policy says that this isn't just a board chair's responsibility, it's good.
It's good to have this conversation, because it was always a little vague.
And we never really knew what some of the committees did,
Right,
and
then
so
suddenly you got
this
assigned to
dialogue's good.
something like, I didn't even know what the VAB was.
Absolutely.
I've learned a lot, and it's been great.
Okay, terrific.
But I
So
like this, thank you.
Code of Student Conduct. So this is one, I think that there are a couple of us that said, yeah, I'd like to do that. Yeah, I'd like to do that. I've always had interest in the Code of Student Conduct simply because it is really spelling out policy, and you guys know policy is my love language. But I'm open to hearing what your thoughts are on the Code of Student Conduct.
Well, I did ask for that one. That was the one I asked for.
Yeah, and I know that Cummings has asked for that, and I would have no problem doing it. I think that it would be powerful to have someone who has used the Code of Conduct to be a part of the Code of Conduct team. So I'm certainly willing to participate in it. There are definitely pieces of it that looks good on paper, and then when you go to implement it, you're like, there's a big old hole there. So I certainly could speak to that, but I would certainly think that Reverend Cummings could offer insight as well.
You could be an alternate, like if you couldn't go to a meeting.
Yeah, that would be for Dr. Gullett's team. I know we can't have 2 board members serving in that role, but could we have an alternate? If for some reason there would be a board member who was unable to attend, then perhaps, I heard Reverend Cummings say he deferred. If we put Dr. James in that role, but if for some reason she was unable to attend, then we could communicate with Reverend Cummings and he could attend it on her behalf. Reverend Cummings, you've been a part of the committee for years, I think. So how would that work?
That's why I said I can defer.
Okay. I'm thinking.
I'll be the alternate.
Okay.
And I'm sure you can have an alternate on any of these committees.
True.
Absolutely.
Could be a very quick call, that suddenly you're an alternate because something
Absolutely.
happens. and
Right.
You can't make a meeting.
Okay. All right. Dr. James?
I'm more than happy to do the job. I think I would provide an interesting perspective.
Okay. Well, we're going to make Reverend Cummings our alternate on that one. Anybody else just wanting to be an alternate on any of these other committee assignments that we have put forth? Anybody really just excited about anything else? Okay.
Excited about all of it.
I know, very good. Okay, so we have now assigned ourselves to, and this is on consensus basis. This isn't necessarily something we're voting on, but we do have consensus on.
Let me say this.
Yes, sir.
So since Dr. James is going to, how about this? I'll be her alternate as well on the CASA.
On CASA, okay.
I will yield that to you.
Well, how about I take that one and you alternate on me?
Yeah.
Okay, So then we will have Reverend Cummings be our liaison to Community Council Against Substance Abuse, and Dr. James will be our alternate. So we'll leave it up to the board clerk and Dr. Gullett and her team to ensure that if one of you is unable to attend, then it's communicated so that the other one can be communicated with, and et cetera, et cetera.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Are we to expect the board clerk and Dr. Gullett's office to communicate when these meet, or is it expected of us to go seek out when these meetings occur and put them on our own calendars?
So I believe, and this, Dr. Gullett can speak to this, but I believe that once the team informs these groups that you have been assigned as their, then you all of a sudden will be placed on a list and you'll start getting emails, and then, yes, emails and invites and all of that, depending on which one you've been assigned to. And
I've never sought out the committee. The committee always sought it.
Okay, that's
right.
So even the cities, like the city of McIntosh and the city of Reddick?
So I think we need to further clarify with those
Those are different.
those independent municipalities, but, right, but I'll speak to the city of Ocala. I do get at least Monday, the day of the Planning and Zoning Commission, they send me the email. Often they email and ask if I'm going to be present in advance. And so I am getting regular communication. I'm not certain if you're getting it from Marion County Planning and Zoning or if Reverend Cummings ever got it from City of Dunellen. But I think as soon as our team lets them know that we're assigned, then it will be up to those independent entities to reach out to us.
That is correct. You should hear directly from those organizations and agencies, and if you don't, we can certainly facilitate a conversation, but they don't always share that information with us.
Right. So what I would then ask also of the team that to also have communication with them if for some reason they didn't receive response back or something from one of the board members, just because sometimes we get stuck in quarantine emails and spam and all of that. So I just want to ensure that their emails are getting to us. So whenever they do request us and give us that information, maybe they can just CC someone, board clerk or someone from Ms. Debbick's team, at least for the first quarter of whenever we've now made these assignments so that we can ensure that communication's happening.
We'll request that. I think that's a great idea to copy the board clerk so that we always try to make sure that Ms. Martinez-Lopez is aware. If I may, Madam Chair, I want to ask Ms. Debbick, I know that the board is very interested in serving in additional committees representing the school board. I want to ask Ms. Debbick if we've missed any, because I know that we've been working on different agencies. Have we missed any? Yes. Okay, we have one.
Come on. I'm just kidding.
She was nodding over there, and that's why I was trying to.
I'm just
There's
kidding.
always one more thing in this life.
Indicating.
Did you tell me there was one more and I didn't remember which one it was? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gullett.
Good afternoon. There is one more opportunity. It is the Broadband Steering Committee through Marion County. And actually, Mr. Matthew Creedle, who is the legislative liaison for Marion County, is here, and he can explain a little bit more about what that committee does.
Thank you, Mr. Creedle. I knew you were here for a reason, and I couldn't remember what it was, so thank you, Dr. Gullett, for bringing it back to my remembrance.
Good afternoon, Board. That is a very bright light.
It is a
First of
very
all,
bright
it's a very
light.
bright light. So Marion County has a broadband steering committee. A little background on that. The state of Florida has funds available for broadband grants for increasing broadband to and underserved areas of the state. And part of the legislation that created what's called the local technology planning teams. And Marion County's had one for since about April of 2022. And we expanded that out to what we call the broadband steering committee. So initially it was formed to provide evidence of local support to the Department of Economic Opportunity in the state of Florida when grants were applied for, first by the internet service providers and then later on when future grant programs come about. I believe Marion County is going to continue having the committee, and we will transition from looking for grant opportunities to looking to other ways to expand broadband access and equity across the county in different ways and in forms and fashions as they come up. So we know we've had on the LTPT, we did have school board representation. Maura was a representative on the LTPT, and he was a very good member of it. But as we continue forward looking at the different ways we can help all citizens of Marion County have broadband access, we would love to have the school board support.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Creedle. Okay, board. Who wants to serve in this role? The Broadband Steering Committee.
Well, he just said that it was Marto that was there. Do we need a technical person to serve on that?
Dr. Gullett.
And thank you, Board Member Cummings. We'll have to replace Mr. Carrillo, but as a staff member, but I still think having a board member representative would be very helpful. Absolutely.
And for Reverend, no, it doesn't have to be someone that has the technical understanding. A lot more of it is just having the presence and understanding of the direction and temperature of the school board. And
what's the frequency of their meetings?
Well, once a month. We meet once a month in the Marion County Growth Services conference room where the library is, and the meetings go for maybe an hour, hour and a half. It all depends on what's on the agenda for that one. And as I said, we work with the internet service providers are on there, local businesses are on there, the county is on there, the city of Ocala with their Ocala Fiber Network is on the committee as well. And I said we just look at it.
I'll take it.
You are our hotspot.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make Reverend Cummings our representative, and I'll be your alternate. How about that? So we'll tag team on that one if that works. Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
So now when we just went through all this, there are other boards that many of us sit on.
Right.
Not included on this list. So,
Absolutely.
'cause I don't want the community to look at it and say, oh, they only got one or two.
Right.
There are many boards that many of us sit on that are not on this list, and that are equally as important throughout our district, so throughout our community. So.
No, thank you very much for making that point, Reverend Cummings. We are all very engaged community members and serve in various capacities, and these just happen to be the ones that have specifically asked for a school board member to be represented. And so we are serving in these roles as our school board member position. Certainly any other boards that we might serve on in other unofficial capacities or personal reasons or whatever that might be. Yes, thank you for making that point. Vice Chair, did you have something to add?
Yes, former board member Kelly King, I know that she used to attend the Governor's West.
Oh, I attend those every month.
Okay.
Yes, I've been attending.
We have that base covered.
Yes, no, I've attended Governor's West for about 3 years now. Actually, we had a meeting yesterday. So, I mean.
There you have it.
But that, not just because they haven't asked for a school board member or representative, but I have.
And that's the same with Transition Learning Center, TLC.
Right.
Kelly used to be on that one, but I've been the board member on that one for the last few years.
Right.
As well as one I just got put on yesterday with the out at the juvenile place by the prison,
Okay.
where DeJuan
Thomas.
DeJuan Thomas is. So
Okay, terrific.
there are a bunch of them.
We are busy people. So that's why we have nearly every committee that Reverend Cummings is on. We also have an alternate. Either he's the alternate or there is an alternate for him. So perfect. Okay, wonderful. So thank you, board, very much for that. Is there any public comment on our board committee assignments? Hearing none, we will bring it back to the board for our closing comments and concerns. And I'll go back and forth like I did. Mr. Davis, do you have anything for us?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Green, is there anything else from legal? Terrific. And thank you again for being here with us. We certainly appreciate it. It's always good to see you. Dr. Gullett.
Just briefly to say thank you. I know it's been a full agenda and a lot of important conversation, and I appreciate this board, and it's a pleasure to work with you in pursuit of doing what's best for our students.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Dr. James.
I just want to say I believe we had some really productive conversation today. I am continuing to be proud of the board that Marion County elected and our ability to have constructive conversation. I'm proud of the amount of community members that came out to support Marion County Public Schools and all of the efforts we are putting in. And I look forward to our continued conversation regarding safety, zoning, continued recruitment and retention efforts, and all of the other pieces. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James. Reverend Cummings.
Today was a day I've been praying about for a long, long time, to make sure that to see our community show up to discuss issues in such a way that it benefits our kids and our staff. And I was encouraged by our community input. Most of us, I'm sure, have been getting emails galore for yay or nay or whatever it is. And I was encouraged May not agree with every email that I got, but I was encouraged by the level of participation from our community. So I encourage that to not just show up on hot topic items, but to show up on all items, because every decision that we make from this board is important for our kids. This is our last meeting. This is our last meeting before Christmas break, and I didn't say it the other night, but I want to say it now. I'm so looking forward to 5 o'clock tomorrow evening, because officially we will be on Christmas break. I want to say this to all of our staff. We have had a long first semester. The pulse or the temperature of our staff is that some are burnt out already. I want to encourage them to take these next couple of weeks to please decompress, to please celebrate their families, the time with their families, to celebrate the birth of Christ, and to just enjoy this time away, to not stress about school activities. We know we're going to come back in January. We expect to come back in January, and we're going to work hard when we come back. But right now, I think the temperature is that many of us need to decompress, and we need to just celebrate our family and this special time of the year. So, Merry Christmas to everyone, and see you next year.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. Ms. Conrad.
We've had so much great discussion today, so my comments are brief, and they go right along with what Dr. James and Reverend Cummings have shared. Very thankful for the community input that we were able to be a part of today, and I hope that it continues. Know that you are welcome, and we all are here as a board to represent what you want for our schools and our community. I also want to thank our district staff was here for a long time today, answering questions and presenting on programs and plans that they were updating us on. I also want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. I also want to encourage our students. You have one more day. They're getting out right now. One more day to make good choices. Let's go off on Christmas break with everybody ready to come back to school in January. Thank you to our staff and our administrators for the jobs that you're doing each and every day to promote student learning and to promote good character development. We appreciate you, we see you, and we look forward to seeing you back in the new year.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Vice Chair Thurber.
Thank you. I certainly echo just the warm gratitude that the rest of my board members have shared already. I certainly continue to be grateful for the opportunity. It's been quite a year already, but we are coming to the end of 2022, which seems hard to imagine. So my warm wishes for everything wonderful about this season, and get your good rest and enjoy time with your family. And as a former board member used to say, do the things that make you happy. So Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thurber. And I don't think I could say it better than these four individuals just have. So I'll wrap up with this. Thank you, staff. Unwind and unplug. That's what I want to say.
Definitely unplugging.
Unwind and unplug. And that goes for staff and students. I think it would be a wonderful benefit to all of our mental health if we weren't just unwinding, but we also unplugged a bit. Just because it happens doesn't mean it has to happen on social media. And enjoy your Christmas break. Enjoy the holidays with your families and those you love. Thank you, board, for the work that we have put in today. It was a long one, and we knew it was going to be. But I continue to be grateful as Vice Chair Thrower. That's going to be our word for 2023. How grateful we are that this board is willing and dedicated to put in the hard work and make sure that we are helping every student succeed in 2023. Thank you so much. With that, our board work session is going to be adjourned at 3:17 p.m. Thank you.